What's up, everyone? My name is Soren. I'm from Shure. I'm here today to talk to you about the MV7 and 3 ways you can use it for pretty much anything you're doing. So, whether you're podcasting, recording music, gaming, streaming, whatever you're doing, I'm going to show you how to get it set up. Give you a tour of the app and the microphone features. Let's dive in. This is our Shure Plus Motive desktop app. It's available for Mac and PC, and it's the only way to get the full potential out of your MV7. So the first of the 3 things I'm going to show you today is called auto level mode. Auto level mode is awesome because it only takes 2 clicks to get set up for whatever you're doing. So we recommend near mode, which is part of auto level, for any usage between 0 and 6 inches. So that's for you podcasters who want to get up on the microphone and get that warm, rich broadcast tone. That's for you voiceover recorders. If you're making content for your YouTube channel, maybe it's a DIY video, have the microphone do the work for you, click near, and you're done. The only other choice you have is for tone, and I can show you what those sound like here. So this is what my voice sounds like in near natural. We're not doing a whole lot to it sound-wise. I kind of sound like me, right? So as I switch over to the dark mode, you should hear the low end bump up pretty significantly. I should sound more like a movie voiceover type of a big, warm broadcast type sound. And as I go over to the bright, you should hear it's what we call tilt the other way. Instead of the bass being up top, the sort of mid and top range are elevated a little bit. It's a lot more clear. It focuses more on clarity in what I'm saying. And again, back to natural, just to sort of complete the loop. There's no wrong answers here. This is your content and you're in control of your sound. We just want to give you a couple really easy ways to both experiment with some different sounds and then use those in your content. Okay, the second way to use our MV7 is in far mode. Still in auto level, but it's far. So as you can guess, that means your microphone is farther away from your face. So we recommend far mode to be anywhere between 6 and 18 inches. Far mode is great for any time that you need a little bit of breathing room away from your microphone. So say you're hosting a podcast that is also being filmed and you just want your microphone a little bit farther away out of the shot. Say you're gaming or streaming. Say you're like me and you like to talk with your hands and you just need a little bit of room, right? And then you have your same 3 tonal settings, but they sound a little bit different. So let's check those out. Here is what natural mode sounds like in far. And as I switch over to dark, you should hear a lot of that low end content come up again. And then bright mode tilts it back the other way. So you have more mid range, more clarity. And then we'll finish back at natural mode just so you can hear how those modes go. So the third and final way to use your MV7 is called manual mode. Unlike auto level mode, there's a lot more controls here because this is for those of you who either have a little bit more experience, you know what you're doing, or you're looking for something really specific, or you don't want any of the automatic stuff that happens with auto level mode because you're going to edit it yourself later. I'll show you a couple different settings that manual mode can offer. Microphone gain is definitely the most important. This is also kind of known as mic volume. This is how much signal comes from your microphone into your recording. Whatever software you're recording into, make sure you're getting a nice strong level on your meter. And the way you do that is by changing this microphone gain slider right here, right? So as I talk louder, I'll want less gain. If I talk quiet, I want more gain to compensate for that. So there's not a fixed setting for gain that will vary pretty much every time you do a recording. Monitor mix is if you're using the headphone jack on the back of the MV7, monitor mix controls what you hear, and you can blend between 2 things. The side called microphone is your microphone. One great feature about the MV7 is its real-time headphone output. So if I talk into it, I hear exactly what my audience or my recording is hearing in real time without any latency or delay. The other side is called playback, and that's what's coming back from my computer. So say I'm doing a vocal overdub. I recorded an acoustic guitar and now I want to sing over it. This control will let me hear how much of my acoustic guitar track I hear versus my microphone when I sing over it. The EQ settings on the manual mode are a bit of a shout out to the MV7's big brother, the SM7B, an absolute legend in the world of podcasting and streaming. The SM7B has a couple of switches on the back. They look just like this. And let me show you what they do. Flat mode is a straight line, meaning we're not changing the EQ at all. There is no processing happening at all. High pass is also known as a low roll off. That can be like your heater or air conditioner. That can be traffic in the distance. That can be all sorts of low rumbly stuff. You usually don't need it and you don't want it. So this is a really quick, easy way to just get rid of it. The presence boost is kind of like our bright settings in auto level mode. It's all about intelligibility. It's all about clarity. It grabs some of that mid range and just pulls it forward. And then, of course, we have high pass and presence boost. So this is if you like that added clarity and you don't want any of that super low rumbly stuff in your recording. Just use them both. And then back to flat mode so you can hear the differences there. The limiter at the bottom is a simple on off control. When you put it on, you won't hear any difference unless you get very close to clipping or distorting. Then the limiter kicks on and it'll help control that level, preventing a clip or some distortion. All the way at the bottom is a compressor. What a compressor does is takes your dynamic range, which is the difference between your loudest signal and your quietest signal, and compresses it to a couple different degrees here. This is what the MV7 sounds like with no compression. When I switch the light compressor on, you'll get a little bit of squeeze and start heading that direction, but it's fairly subtle. In medium, you can really start to hear it and feel it more, right? It kind of gets more towards in your face, a little bit more compressed, a little denser, so to speak. And as we go into the heavy, we are definitely in heavy compression land now, where if you're doing a voiceover, if you're doing a movie trailer, something like that, you want that huge sound that you'd find on your radio. Heavy compression is the way to get that done. And then back to compressor off, just so you can hear the whole cycle there. So that was 3 ways to use the MV7 for podcasting, recording, gaming, streaming, what have you. I encourage you to experiment. There's, like I said, there's no wrong answers, right? Whether it's auto level near, far, or manual mode, one of those 3 things can get you quickly dialed in so you can focus on your content and not tweaking your microphone. Thanks so much for hanging out. My name's Soren from Shure, and this has been 3 ways to use your MV7.
Well, it's time for me to go. You show me all there is to show by your disdain to the word no, no, no. Well, maybe I should run, but I should keep the light on just in case you come home or knock on my door. My bed is getting cold. I want you, if not to have to hold. I swear I won't cry when you're gone, babe. I know that you can't stay. Just lay your head down, down, down. Does time make it worse? Bad faith, I want it, I want it.
To the stars, we're hungry. So in the past, there's no fortune. See there before, the hours that you need. Now walking through the door, but it feels alive. Feels like the very first time. I can't stop this feeling. When I look into your eyes, feels like the first time. so simple, you see, so simple. Really, what you tried to find was here all the time, darling. It's me. Can't you see? Ooh, we so simple, you see. Uh-huh. Ooh, uh-huh.
Welcome to another episode of Inside the Machine. Nicholas Young coming to you from our studios in Chicago, Illinois. And you're going to love this PM Buys with Jester and the Queen on Inside the Machine.
Well, I doubt that you could love me or keep me as your own. And my heart is just a jester as you sit upon your throne. Oh. You once said, if you can't see it, then it is not true. But buried out of sight and hidden far from view is a heart that you can't see with the strongest of beats. And what beats inside my chest belongs to you.
That's beautiful.
Hey, thanks, Nicholas. I
All right.
appreciate you.
Now, I got to ask, where do you learn to play and sing like that?
Well, I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and a lot of the music that I fell in love with was through my parents' records and what my parents.
Shining right through the glass, diamond bright eyes blinding with every flash. Come on, get close to me, darling, put down your guard. I might be other thieves tearing this place apart, but I'm gonna steal your heart away.
The MV88 Plus video kit is a professional quality portable microphone with included accessories for audio and video and flexibility to connect to additional devices. Choose from the following creative setups: videography, self-recording, audio capture, or field recording. The included phone mount is also compatible with any tripod with a 1/4-inch connector. Monitor your recordings with a dedicated headphone output and use the free Shure Motive Audio or Motive Video apps for complete control. Simply select how you want the mic to behave, set your gain levels, and press record. Then edit and share in seconds. Your new mobile recording rig directly connects to any Apple device via a Lightning connector or via USB-C to select additional devices. See shure.com/motive compatibility for details. The MV88 Plus video kit is a creation for creators. Just add phone.
PG Alto microphones offer exceptional product performance at an affordable price, providing the first and best opportunity for young and budget-conscious musicians and bands. Featuring a sleek, black metallic industrial design and cardio polar patterns that reduce feedback and background noise, the PG Alto family delivers rock-solid sound and reliability that sets the bar for accessible, professional caliber gear. Whether you need a mic for live performance, for home recording, or just for you and your band, you can sound like a pro from day one.
In part 1 of this series, we covered the most common operating principles that microphones use to convert sound into an electrical signal. In this segment, we'll discuss frequency response. The sound of a microphone is illustrated by its frequency response curve. The frequency response defines the range of sound that the mic can reproduce and how sensitive it is within that range. A microphone with flat response is equally sensitive to all frequencies, so it reproduces voices and instruments with little or no coloration or variation from the original sound. Flat response mics are a good choice for miking acoustic instruments, vocal groups, and orchestras. A microphone with shaped response is more sensitive to some frequency ranges than others. A mic with increased sensitivity in the upper mid-range adds clarity to vocals and also works well on instruments like guitar amplifiers or drums. A mic with decreased sensitivity to low frequencies reduces pickup of room noise and vibration and counteracts the buildup of bass that can occur when the mic is used very close to the source, which is called proximity effect. The choice of frequency response for miking a particular voice or instrument is very subjective. In general, however, microphones with shaped response work better than flat response mics for vocals. Here's how a vocal sounds on a Shure SM81, which has a very flat frequency response.
For I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
Here's the same vocal recorded with a Shure KSM42, which has a shaped response.
For I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
Some microphones allow the frequency response to be adjusted to match different sound sources or recording conditions. The most common is a low-frequency roll-off control. In the flat position, the mic picks up low frequencies normally. In the roll-off position, the mic's sensitivity to low-frequency sound is reduced. By understanding microphone characteristics like frequency response, you'll be able to choose the best mic for any application and get better results when recording or using a sound system. In part 3 of this series, we'll explain microphone polar patterns. To hear samples of how different microphones sound, visit the Shure Mic Listening Lab at shure.com. Hi, it's Chris Lyons at Shure, and we're talking about the new VP83 lens hopper camera mount microphone. The VP83 is an ultra compact short shotgun microphone that provides a great sounding all in one audio solution for DSLR videography. The VP83's tight directional pickup pattern enables it to reject background noise so that you can focus on your intended sound source. The VP83 has durable all-metal construction that passes all of Shure's legendary quality tests, and it mounts securely on your camera's accessory shoe. The attached coiled cable connects to your camera's audio input, and an integrated Rycote shock mount protects the microphone from mechanical vibration. The supplied foam windscreen protects the microphone from wind noise when you're shooting outdoors without altering sound quality. There's a secondary Rycote Windjammer synthetic fur windscreen available for use in higher wind environments. A 3-position audio gain switch lets you compensate for the loudness of different sources, while the switchable low-cut filter reduces pickup of distracting low-frequency background noise. For even greater operating flexibility, there's also the new VP83F lens hopper camera mount microphone. The VP83F does everything the VP83 does, but adds an internal digital flash recorder. The recorder records WAV files at 24-bit 48 kilohertz resolution, so you get high-definition audio for your video productions. It features convenient one-touch recording so that you can instantly start recording on a shoot. Recorded audio is stored on a convenient micro SD memory card. With an 8 GB card, you can record up to 15 hours of audio. The detachable coiled cable allows you to simultaneously record audio on your camera. The dedicated 3.5mm headphone output lets you monitor your audio in real time. The easy-to-read backlit LCD display shows audio level, battery condition, and recording time remaining. The audio gain is adjustable in 1 dB increments, so you can perfectly match the recording level to the level of your sound source. The VP83 and VP83F lens hopper camera mount microphones make it easy to capture detailed high-definition audio with your DSLR. For more information, visit Shure.com.
How you doing?
In the late 70s, I was asked to discontinue the Green Bullet. Suitable for public address, recording, radio, telephone equipment, and similar applications. The Green Bullet was aimed at the two-way radio market. It wasn't selling very well through the distributors that sold two-way radio applications. So we thought, well, if they're not selling it, no one else is selling it, let's get rid of it. We got overwhelmed with letters from harmonica players saying, are you guys out of your mind? This is the best harmonica microphone in the world.
I started using the Green Bullet when Big Walter Horton came to New York City, and he had this big green microphone in his hands. A more knowledgeable harmonica player than I was said, "That's a Green Bullet, man. That's a Green Bullet."
I walked into my music store in my hometown, and I said, "I want to get that sound." And the guy, he reached behind the counter, he goes, "Clunk, this is what you need." And I said, "That's it, right? That's the sound." And he goes, "That's the sound."
I didn't even have an amplifier. But I had my Green Bullet, you know, and well, I've had it ever since.
Sugar Blue is a huge influence. The guy who really started doing all the stratospheric high-end runs that characterize the genre today. Plus, he also played with the Rolling Stones.
Jagger asked me, "Hey, man, how do you hold your microphone?" When it sounds like this, when it sounds like that, you know you've got a good cup. The way you hold the harp, the way you hold the mic, it's a marriage. And if you don't get it right, you end up with a divorce.
Where did the actual look of it come from? And I started looking at Oldsmobile catalogs from the 30s, and sure enough, this looks like the headlamp. Did a little research into our archives and found the receipt for a 1935 Oldsmobile touring car that Mr. Shure had bought. His headlamps and those 1935 Oldsmobile look just like that. The actual first bullet microphone came out in 1939. It was called the Streamliner, and it was a crystal microphone. And they were one of the first types of microphones. When the war came along, there was a development called the controlled magnetic, or also known as controlled reluctance microphone. Controlled magnetic was actually far more reliable under battle conditions. It's my belief that the first time we made controlled magnetics was during the war. The Green Bullet was, to my knowledge, the first controlled magnetic that was made for the public. So we actually made it for the two-way radio market from 1949 up to nearly 1980. We really were a bit unaware of them being used for harmonicas.
All of the cats used it. You guys, you make something and it's designed for one purpose. And then an artist comes along and says, but we can do this with it.
For sure, it's yet another one of the products that we brought out for one reason. The market found another reason, and has a life cycle that's almost unbelievable.
It's one of those seminal microphones. It's one of those classic sounds.
It's what you really expect and want from a microphone. It stands up, it delivers, and more than that, you can't ask.
I just have to say it's the sound of the blues.
The new Shure GLXD digital wireless system combines legendary Shure microphones with the extraordinary clarity of digital audio. It uses high technology features to deliver extraordinary ease of use and seamless operation. The GLXD system operates in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency band, which is available worldwide. When you power up the GLXD system, it automatically searches for the best available frequency and then sets the transmitter to the same frequency. That's it, no buttons to push. If RF interference occurs, the GLXD receiver and transmitter automatically jump to a new clear frequency with no interruption of the audio signal. The GLXD1 body pack transmitter has a rugged metal construction and a convenient on-off switch that you can operate by feel. It's available with a variety of Shure lavalier, head-worn, and instrument microphones or a guitar cable. The GLXD2 handheld transmitter comes with your choice of SM58, SM86, Beta 58A, or Beta 87A microphone heads. The GLXD4 diversity receiver has a high-resolution LCD display that shows you remaining battery runtime in hours and minutes. Because the transmitter and receiver are constantly communicating with each other, you can adjust the transmitter audio level remotely from the GLXD receiver. Guitar players will want the GLXD6 pedal receiver. It's a rugged metal receiver that mounts on and is powered by your guitar pedal board. It even features a built-in chromatic tune. Batteries are a significant ongoing expense for wireless users. GLXD transmitters run on an intelligent rechargeable lithium-ion battery that provides up to 16 hours of continuous use. The battery can be recharged in the GLXD4 receiver's internal charging port, or while it's in the transmitter with a convenient USB charging cable. Just a 15-minute quick charge will give you 1.5 hours of use. And because the battery is designed for long life, it replaces up to 2,000 alkaline batteries. If you're like most users, GLXD Wireless can save you up to $100 a year on batteries. All GLXD wireless systems survive the same rigorous quality testing as Shure wired microphones and come with a 2-year warranty. GLXD combines the exceptional clarity of digital audio, intelligent rechargeability, and legendary Shure reliability and ruggedness in an easy-to-use wireless system. For more information about GLXD Wireless, visit Shure.com.
VP83F lens hopper camera mount condenser microphone with integrated flash recording. The VP83F lens hopper camera mount condenser microphone with integrated flash recording and playback capabilities is the all-in-one solution to get high-definition audio for your video production. The onboard digital flash recorder enables wave file capture at 24-bit 48 kHz resolution. With an 8 gigabyte card, you can record up to 15 hours of audio. The micro SD slot is easily accessible and allows quick card access. Easy to use in any environment, this compact condenser shotgun microphone features an intuitive menu and simple one-button recording. Developed with a highly directional supercardioid lobar polar pattern, the VP83F rejects unwanted off-axis audio while clearly capturing the intended sound source. A dedicated headphone audio output allows for real-time monitoring. A detachable 3.5mm gold-plated coiled audio cable allows you to simultaneously record audio to your camera. The standard size shoe mount with a 1/4-inch threaded base works for camera use or easy mounting on a stand or boom pole. The easy-to-read, backlit LCD screen features complete activity monitoring from the home screen, including audio and battery metering, track information, headphone volume, mic gain, low-cut filter, and remaining recording time. An integrated, custom-designed Rycote Lyre shock mount ensures superior isolation from vibration and mechanical noise. A Rycote foam windscreen is included to reduce unwanted noise from wind without affecting sound quality. An optional Rycote windjammer minimizes wind noise in extreme environments. 2 AA alkaline batteries provide up to 10 hours of use in record mode. With its ultra-lightweight, durable all-metal construction, the VP83F lens hopper with integrated flash recording makes it easy to capture detailed, high-definition audio anywhere, on camera or off. VP83F lens hopper, camera mount condenser microphone with integrated flash recording.
If you're a performer or presenter who's ready to cut the cord, the new Shure BLX wireless system is the perfect place to start. BLX offers legendary sound right out of the box. Whether you're a musician, presenter, or instructor, there's a BLX wireless system package that's just right for you. The BLX1 body pack transmitter has an on-off toggle switch that's easy to operate by feel. It's available with a choice of lavalier, head-worn, or instrument microphones, or a guitar cable. The BLX2 handheld transmitter is available with your choice of PG58, SM58, or Beta 58A microphone heads. Both transmitters give you up to 14 hours of runtime on 2 AA batteries. The BLX4 diversity receiver is small and portable with internal antennas, so there's nothing to set up. The BLX88 dual channel diversity receiver has all the same features as the BLX4, but it accommodates 2 transmitters at the same time. The BLX4R single channel diversity receiver is designed for rack mount applications. It features removable antennas and an LCD display that features audio and RF meters. Rack mount hardware is included, making setup and installation quick and easy. All BLX receivers have Shure Quick Scan frequency selection. Just push the button on the receiver to find a clear frequency and then set the transmitter to the same channel. BLX wireless systems survive the same rigorous quality testing as Shure wired microphones and come with a 2-year warranty. With intuitive operation and legendary Shure sound and reliability, Shure BLX Wireless makes cutting the cord simple. For more information about BLX Wireless, visit shure.com.
The Shure GLXD wireless system uses state-of-the-art technology to avoid interference from other devices automatically. However, even for an advanced wireless system like GLXD, some operating environments are more challenging than others. Challenging environments include areas with few reflective surfaces such as outdoors or rooms with high ceilings, rooms where 3 or more GLXD systems are in use, rooms with heavy Wi-Fi usage, and rooms where non-Shure 2.4 GHz wireless systems are in use. Here are some ways to optimize the performance of the GLXD system even in these difficult RF environments. First and foremost, scan for the best channel by pressing the channel button. The GLXD receiver will find the best channel to use and the transmitter will set itself to that channel automatically. Move the GLXD receiver closer to the transmitter, such as the side of the stage rather than front of house. Ideally, there should be a direct line of sight between the transmitter and front of the receiver. As with any wireless system, reducing transmitter to receiver distance always helps performance. Disable the Wi-Fi on any non-critical Wi-Fi devices. If there are Wi-Fi devices that must be used during the performance, make sure that they are turned on before you turn on the GLXD system so it can detect and avoid the Wi-Fi traffic. Locate GLXD receivers at least 10 feet away from any Wi-Fi devices or other 2.4 GHz wireless products. If you have difficulty finding a clear frequency, try setting your receiver to Group 2, which provides the most robust wireless performance. By paying attention to RF conditions, you can ensure excellent performance from your GLXD system every time. For more information about GLXD Wireless, visit shure.com.
Hello，咁今日咧就唔係同大家講後製啦，而係同大家開箱我最新買嘅 Shure MV7 收音咪。咁話說咧，之前咧我就想買 Shure 嘅 SM7B 咧，同樣都係收音咪嚟嘅。咁就想試下用嚟拍 YouTube 片啦，睇下喺個聲音上高會唔會有好大改善。咁不過咧嗰個齋係支咪已經399美金啦，而且佢仲要買其他一啲配件咧先可以俾我接駁去電腦使用嘅。而我喺 IG 咧見到個廣告咧，就咁啱見到佢咧，佢有支援埋 USB 接駁，咁所以咧就已經深深地吸引咗啦。咁依家就即刻同大家開箱先。好。哇！除咗咪嘅機身之外咧，佢仲跟咗兩條3米長嘅 USB 線啦。咁分別咧就係micro USB 去 USB-A 啦，同埋咧另外一條咧 micro USB 去 USB-C 嘅。咁樣咧，仲有一堆佢啲使用說明啦，同埋佢又教你 download 個 app 同埋軟件嘅。咁呢個咧個座台座咧佢冇跟嘅，咁不過咧我喺購買嗰間鋪咧佢又有送埋嘅呢個座台座。好啦，到個機身啦。好啦，去到機身啦。咁咧佢個本身底座咧都支援8/5寸嘅一啲螺絲掹啦。咁你其實正常一般咧咪嘅啲支架都可以用到噶啦。咁而喺個機嘅呢個位置咧，亦都會見到佢有個 slider 啦。咁呢個位咧就係俾你撳即係 switch 咧係 headphone 定係校咪嘅設定啦。咁而呢個位咧就可以撳一個掣咧就瞄咗收音嘅。到機背啦，咁咧佢除咗支援 XLR 之外咧，佢就支援到呢個 USB 啦，咁可以直接插落電腦用啦。咁同埋咧，佢個機背亦都有個3.5 headphone jack 咧，係俾你插耳機咧即時 mon 聲嘅。順帶一提啦，咁佢個咪咧亦都可以即係咁樣 rotate 咧，咁你可以唔同角度嘅都可以啱用嘅。咁準備開始咧，實際試下個咪啦。咁我而家拍攝嘅環境咧，就係我 studio 日子啦，咁就冇經過任何特別嘅聲學處理嘅。即係依家咧所聽到咧，就係我相機 A73所收錄嘅聲啦。咁轉頭咧，你就會聽到由呢個 MV7咧所收錄嘅聲嘅。好，咁依家咧就用咗 MV7去收音啦。咁呢個聲音咧就冇經過後期處理嘅，咁都係喺剪接時候校翻大細聲咧，咁俾大家聽下效果嘅。而接駁上啦，咁因為我買呢個 MV7原意咧都係想用 USB 直接吉落電腦用啦，咁所以今次咧我都未開始試咧呢個 XLR 頭去接駁嘅。咁不過提一提啦，咁其實佢除咗可以用 USB 去插電腦之餘咧，其實佢可以同時咧喺 XLR 咧另外再爆一啲外置嘅錄音機咧，俾你去額外咧去錄多一條聲嘅。而 Shure 咧自己都有電腦軟件同埋手機 App 咧，俾大家控制呢個 MV7 入邊嘅設定嘅。咁呢個 auto level 咧就佢會自動調節嗰個收音嘅音量啦，咁同埋有個 mic 嘅 position 咧係 near 同 far 咧，就翻你使用時咧係究竟係點樣用啦。咁譬如有啲人用咪架會好貼個口咯，又或者係我而家用個座台架咧就會比較遠一啲咧，咁就可以用翻呢個唔同嘅 preset 啦。咁佢亦都有3個唔同嘅 tone 嘅 setting 啦，分別係 natural 啊、dark 同埋 bright 啦，咁係有唔同嘅效果啦。咁而呢個 MV7 係一個指向性嘅咪啦，咁佢會集中喺正前方收音啦，其他位置嘅雜音咧佢都會減低嘅。 好啦，咁今日嘅開箱係咁多啦，咁希望第日可以多啲用到呢支咪去做收音啦。咁如果大家想知道更加詳盡嘅一啲評測啊，或者係用後嘅感覺咧，亦都喺下面留言話俾我聽嘅。下條片再見。
SIH440 Professional Studio Headphones. Optimized for home and studio recording, SIH440 headphones reproduce accurate audio across an extended frequency range. A wide padded headband provides ergonomic fit for superior comfort. Collapsible design for easy storage and portability. Single-sided 3-meter coiled detachable cable provides plenty of length. A bayonet clip securely locks the cable into the ear cup. Professional sound quality and comfort for home and studio recording. From the brand trusted for music history's greatest moments.
Hey, I'm Alex from Skinny Hobos, and I'm here with the Shure PGA 27 and the PGA 181, and I'm playing a song of ours called Jokers and Fools. Well, jokers and fools, yeah, they break all the rules with no thoughts left to show. And fools like me, yeah, they will always see a way to steal the show. Oh, baby, won't you stand alone with me? Yeah, you gotta sing this song with me. Hey, man, you've got the gun in your hands, but why are you standing around? Oh no, we'll turn about face and yeah, get back in the race. You know you're as good as dead anyway. Whoa, baby, won't you stand alone with me? Well, yeah, you gotta sing this song with me, yeah, as you're running away. I'm gonna love you no matter what you say. Oh yeah. Oh, baby, won't you stand alone with me? Yeah, you gotta sing this song with me, yeah, as you're running away. I'm gonna love you no matter what you say.
Well, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello， 大家好，我係咪18嘅小編 KK， 今日咧會同大家介紹 Shure 呢一支 SM7B 嘅咪啦，同埋 SC Electronic DM1 嘅咪 preamp。其 其實我一路以嚟都有聽過 Shure 呢個牌子啦，咁但係我就未用過佢嘅產品喎，所以今次咧我用咗呢支咪之後咧，我先知，原來佢除咗可以錄歌之外咧，仲可以用嚟 broadcast 添。呢支咪喺2001年咧已經面世㗎啦，前身叫做 SM7。用佢嚟錄音嘅時候咧，我覺得支咪嘅聲出嚟嗰啲 detail 咧都做得好好，因為把聲咧會好自然，同埋咧都會有少少修飾嘅。對於中意唱 acoustic 啊小清新嘅人嚟講咧就好啱啦。平時拍 cover 嘅時候咧都會用電容咪啦，再加埋個 pop filter 嘅。咁咧好多時候都會遮住自己個樣。咁咧換咗 SM7D 之後咧，因為呢支咪本身已經有防噴面，已經隔絕到大部分嘅噴氣聲啦。咁所以咧而家拍 cover 嘅時候咧就唔使遮住自己個靚樣啦。你哋好，我係 KK， 而家你哋睇緊嘅係 SM7B 加 DM1 嘅介紹片。而家 SM7B 用緊嘅模式係 low cut。大家好，我係 KK， 你哋而家收睇緊嘅係 SM7B 加 DM1 嘅介紹片。SM7B 用緊嘅模式咧係 low cut 加 present。present 嘅模式可以令到你哋嘅中音更加突出。大家好，我係 KK， 而家你哋睇緊嘅係 SM7B 加 DM1 嘅介紹片。而家 SM7B 嘅模式咧就係 normal。當 normal 嘅時候咧，你哋就會見到咪嘅尾部咧有一條水平嘅線噶啦。你哋聽唔聽到3種模式嘅分別咧？SE Electronic DM1 Dynamic 咧可以為動圈咪同埋 passive 咪咧增加到28 dB 嘅 gain 嘅，佢仲要比坊間嘅咪 preamp 咧係輕啲啦，同埋細啲，仲要係全金屬設計，所以咧佢係比較堅固同埋耐用噶。呢支 SM7B 咧帶俾我最大嘅驚喜就係咧錄完音聽翻出嚟咧嗰把聲咧係真係修飾得好自然。對於錄 cover 嚟講咧，其實真係好 user friendly 啦，因為你唔使好大汁，你已經有把好靚嘅聲啦。咁其次咧就係佢咧，因為冇咗個 pop filter 啦，佢本身咧已經可以隔住到好多嘅噴氣聲啊嘛。咁咧畫面錄出嚟之後咧就會好靚啦，因為少一啲嘢隔啦，同埋我哋就嗰個角度咧都會易咗。咁咧嚟緊咧我都咧拍咗一條 cover 嘅片啦，去俾大家睇，就係用呢一支咪，咁大家咧就可以見到佢嘅威力喺邊一度噶啦。記得期待下我哋條片。最後就要幫我哋 subscribe 啦、like 啦，同埋 share 埋條片出去啦。
如果全世界我也可以放棄，至少還有你值得我去珍惜，而你在這裡就是生命的奇蹟。Cause I'm not usually this shy, but you just make me feel like I don't wanna say too much, cause I don't wanna mess this up.
The Beta series of microphones from Shure are the first choice for professionals worldwide. The application-specific tailored frequency response in the Beta range means precise detail, including more presence and punch, even in demanding acoustic environments. With high directionality, you can expect maximum isolation from undesired sound sources, minimum off-axis sound, and less feedback. Advanced shock mounts minimize handling noise, and the hardened steel mesh grills have been constructed to offer unmatched ruggedness and durability. Beta microphones are practically abuse and wear resistant, and are all designed to withstand the harsh conditions of live performance, touring, and recording applications. The Beta 58 is a premium vocal microphone, ideally suited for professional lead and backup vocals, either on stage or in the studio. The Beta 58 features a supercardioid polar pattern for maximum isolation from unwanted sound sources. As this microphone is tailored for vocal use, you can expect consistency across the entire frequency range, with Brighton mid-range and bass roll-off. The Beta 58 has become a leading choice among vocalists and touring professionals worldwide. The Beta 27 is a precision-engineered, side-address condenser microphone with a supercardioid polar pattern. It is ideal for a wide variety of acoustic, wind and electric instruments such as guitar, bass amplifiers, drum, percussion and piano. It can also be used for vocal recordings. The tight supercardioid polar pattern ensures high gain 4 feedback and provides maximum isolation from other sound sources, making it perfect for live stage applications. The Beta27 has a flat, neutral frequency response for natural reproduction. It includes a 3-position, switchable low-frequency filter, which helps reduce unwanted background noise or counteract the proximity effect. The -15 dB switchable attenuator handles extremely high SPLs with ease. The KSM series of microphones is the premium range from Shure. KSM microphones are targeted towards professional artists and engineers for the most demanding applications. All of the KSM microphones have full frequency response and minimised proximity effect for the clearest and most natural sound reproduction. The widest dynamic range, ultra sensitivity and the lowest self-noise will capture the slightest nuances and subtle sound details. This range includes both vocal and instrument microphones for demanding professional live performances and studio recording.
The world's first dual diaphragm dynamic handheld microphone. Over 7 years in development, the patented KSM8 Dual Dyne elevates the dynamic microphone to a new level of performance and control. Available in wired and wireless options with a black or new brushed nickel finish. The Dual Dyne cartridge design features a second diaphragm that partially blocks low frequencies from entering the mic, vastly controlling the proximity effect, which is the increase in bass response as the artist gets closer to the mic. This makes the engineer's job easier by creating a huge sweet spot for the artist. Minimal EQ and processing is required due to the flat frequency response and natural high end of the KSM8 Dual Dyne element. The cardioid polar pattern is the most consistent pattern Shure has ever developed, resulting in exceptional clarity and natural stage bleed over a broad frequency range. A hardened carbon steel grille is lined with a hydrophobic material, making it virtually waterproof. The KSM8 redefines dynamic microphones. This is a mic that only Shure could make.
We wanted to do something no one has ever done before. Reverse the flow of a dynamic mic. Our engineers gave us hundreds of pages of math that proved it could be done, but current manufacturing processes made it impossible. We had to reinvent the way we make microphones to make Dual Dyne a reality.
I'm Roger Wagner, working as front-of-house sound engineer for the production Live and Swinging. And we're using here the new Axiom Digital series with 4 handheld microphones. We've chosen 4 KSM8 capsulars as the proximity effect of those capsulars is not so massive. In terms of sound, I found out that the new Axiom Digital series sounds much more open. The clarity is very good. The frequency spectrum is wider. We're using them for talks and for singing, and that's a big advantage. In case of sound, it's much more easy for me to place the vocal sound in the whole mix with a big band here. And you get more possibilities to work with it and find out where you place them best. It feels good for me when I see the artists are going on stage and I know it's working perfectly, no stress with it, and as long as it is switched on, it is working.
Experimentation, development, failure, starting again. There are a whole host of new to the world things in this microphone.
In this business, you have to try things out. And you have to push yourself to create new innovation. That means things are going to fail. Things are going to end up on the floor, and that's okay. But when it doesn't, and it starts to go, you have great things like KSM8.
Sure's microphone engineers all understand that they're part of a long lineage of great inventors.
Ben Bauer was an engineer. He invented the uniphase principle, and the uniphase principle led to the Unidyne microphone, Model 55, which was the world's first directional, single-element dynamic microphone.
It's you versus physics on a dynamic mic. There's no circuitry in there, there's no electronics, and you have to manipulate air to get the response in the level that you want.
The Unidyne 2 was introduced in 1951. Television had become important, and the original Unidyne was seen as too large to be on TV.
Unidyne 2 element allowed us to basically leverage the technology that we invented in the Unidyne element, but basically make it a lot smaller, and shrunk it down from the Model 55 to the Model 55S.
The breakthrough aspect of the Unidyne technology was it was the first single element dynamic microphone that responded to sound only from the front.
Feedback is that howling and squealing that you always hear when the microphone gets too close to the loudspeaker.
The more directional a microphone is, the less feedback you can get.
Was really solving a big problem that existed when PA systems started to be used for larger crowds.
On the Unidyne microphone, we allow sound to strike not only the front of the diaphragm, but the back of the diaphragm, and allow sound from behind the microphone to strike the back of the diaphragm first. Right before it hits the back of the diaphragm, we actually delay it a little bit. We time align that delay where that sound from behind the mic strikes the front and the back of the diaphragm at the same time, and that diaphragm doesn't move. They cancel out. That's how we get rejection. So the Unidyne element design was so innovative that we patented it. And even today, every directional dynamic microphone in the world is based on that Unidyne patent.
Ernie Seeler was an engineer that started in Shure in 1954. Ben Bauer was his direct teacher. And Ernie's first major development for Shure was the Unidyne 3, which became the SM57 and the SM58.
I got an opportunity to work with Ernie when I first started in the company. In the times that I did hear Ernie talk about developments and future products, you just listened. You know, you had a sense of total respect when we would walk down the hallway.
A dynamic mic is a perfect accelerometer. It wants to capture vibrations. That's what it's designed to do. They require a pretty good shock mount to reduce those vibrations that get transmitted into the microphone. Ernie Seeler had the foresight to design that into the handle.
The timing was perfect.
The world, particularly at Woodstock, found that the Unidyne 3 microphones really worked for large sound reinforcement. You turn them up loud, you could mic drums, you could mic guitars, you could mic voices, you could mic everything.
The Unidyne 3 element builds upon the Unidyne principle of allowing sound to strike the front and back of the diaphragm. Sound coming from behind the mic travels and hits the back of the diaphragm first, and then that sound goes through the microphone down into the handle where the pneumatic shock mount is. And the pneumatic shock mount finally allowed artists and performers to take the microphone off the stand and put it in your hand. A lot of people use SM58s. They know that they can put an SM58 up on the stage, and they know that they can make it sound great no matter who shows up behind it.
One of the experiences that I've had talking to a lot of engineers is that they won't do without having both of those products in their toolbox. They have to have them.
It's hard to think about improving on the Unidyne technology. But we've got some pretty smart people here at Shure, and they never stop thinking, never stop moving.
Where Ben Bauer started, then Ernie Seeler took over, and now Roger Grinnip.
Roger Grinnip loves math. He does math for fun.
The history is what brought me here. So it makes me very proud to at least be able to say that, I've made a bit of a difference. This project started as an advanced development project, which basically means we don't even know if this is possible.
Roger went back through the lab notebooks to truly understand acoustically how the Unidyne 3 works and what makes it special.
These were papers written by Ernie Seeler, Ben Bauer, things that were in archives. We're talking, banker's boxes full of like very, very old, handwritten equations and things like that I had to go back through and review. And I mean, that was actually incredible to me.
He was able to strip down the Unidyne 3 element to its bare bones and then build that back up into the KSM8. Virtually all directional microphones have what's known as proximity effect. So when you get right on a microphone, it sounds kind of muddy and bassy. You get a couple of inches off and it sounds really natural and balanced. And then you get too far off and it sounds really thin and you're fighting to get more low end out of the mic. Sound engineers intimately know this phenomenon. The challenge was, how do we get the second diaphragm in a dynamic mic to control that proximity effect, to give that engineer and that artist a big sweet spot.
An omnidirectional microphone does not exhibit proximity effect. So the idea here being the second diaphragm effectively makes the microphone behave omnidirectionally at low frequencies, but still have some directionality, but it's enough to tame that proximity effect.
In the KSM8 Duodyne, we had to reverse the flow of that dynamic mic. Sound coming from behind the microphone passes through the second diaphragm and partially blocks low frequencies from entering. And that's what controls the proximity effect. That sound then travels down the tube system and around the back diaphragm into the handle where the pneumatic shock mount is. That reversed airflow is what makes the KSM8 Duodyne special. It really makes the engineer's job easier.
There was a moment, probably a year into the advanced development project, when there was one that the first time we measured it, it was pretty clear to me that we were very, very close.
We took a prototype of this mic, which was glued together with tape and rubber bands. I heard warmth, I heard clarity in the low end that I'd never heard before. When I heard that for the first time, I knew we had to make this mic. I don't care what it took to do it, but we had to make it.
Shure's able to do this because we have the right people that are passionate about the right things.
There's no other company that could have achieved what we achieved with the KSM8. This is a microphone that only Shure could make.
Shure SM microphones are legendary professional microphones for live performance and studio use. A unique mix of audio quality and rugged dependability have made them the industry standard for decades. SM mics are used and requested by performers and engineers who trust, prefer, and know how to handle the now legendary Shure sound. The SM series features carefully tailored frequency response curves and uniform pickup patterns for higher gain before feedback and better cut through in live sound settings. SM microphones are legendary, virtually indestructible workhorses for performers and engineers of all levels, be it in the studio or on stage. SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise and will simply record exactly what you point it at while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year. SM58, the icon. The SM58 has defined the standard for professional vocal microphones, on stage and in the studio, since 1966. The tailored frequency response of the SM58 is specifically tailored for vocal applications. A slight increase in low frequencies delivers a warm sound. Bass roll-off and a brightened mid-range helps your voice cut through the mix. The uniform cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source, minimises background noise, and reduces the possibility of feedback. The SM58 features a pneumatic shock mount that cuts down handling noise, and the built-in spherical filter minimises wind, breathing, and pop noise. Its legendary ruggedness and durability have made the SM58 the first choice for musicians and sound engineers worldwide.
The Shure GLXD wireless system is designed for the easiest possible setup and use. The transmitter and receiver automatically link to form an audio channel the first time they are powered on and never have to be linked again. When setting up multiple GLXD systems, turn on and link each transmitter-receiver pair one at a time to prevent cross-linking. Plug in the receiver and connect it to an amplifier or mixer. Install a charged battery into the transmitter. Turn on the transmitter and receiver. The blue RF LED will flash while the transmitter and receiver form a link. When the link has successfully formed, the RF LED will remain illuminated. Check the audio, adjust the gain if necessary, and you're ready to go.
SH240A professional quality headphones. The entry to Shure professional headphones and the perfect audio upgrade for your portable digital devices. Its impedance, power handling and sensitivity are optimized especially for consumer devices. A wide frequency range delivers full bass with clear mids and highs. Its closed back circumaural design rests comfortably over the ears and reduces background noise. The SH240A offers excellent sound reproduction and a lightweight, adjustable, ergonomic design for hours of listening comfort. Crystal clear audio on the move. From the brand trusted for music history's greatest moments.
When I'm on tour, obviously, I use headphones constantly for queuing things up in front of house, again, listening to mixes after the fact.
During the day, a lot of times after sound check, I'll spend a lot of time at the console working on my mix. to work on things that I noticed from last night or listen to a board tape back. So I'll use headphones for that reason too. So I'm not annoying everyone in the venue.
Certain people love certain headphones. Me, the 840s, especially the new ones, I've fallen in love with.
When I picked the new 840 up, the A, I was really surprised, kind of delighted.
What I really love, particularly with the 840As, is that when I put them on and I played something that I'm very, very, very familiar with, which to me is the best way to judge any new speaker you're listening to. I played a couple of Martina songs that we did in the studio that I tracked, overdubbed, and mixed. So I know these songs inside out. The 840As kind of blew my mind. The balance between the lows, mids, highs was phenomenal.
As I mentioned, there's a nice low end extension. The high end is really clear, and it has great warmth in the mid-range, and the mid-range was really smooth, which is something I really liked about both headphones, actually, the 440A and the 840A.
I felt like on the 440As, the fact that they were so present and in your face would be ideal for somebody tracking a vocal.
I love that you can crank them up loud, which works great for when you're tracking so that you can hear. Sometimes I have trouble with some headphones putting them on, but these feel great, so that's right off the bat. And so you can wear them for a while.
I feel very comfortable with them on. And that's unusual because generally,
comfort's huge. And secondly, isolation is big for me. Again, doing live sound, isolation is huge. And I was actually listening in my studio, and I plugged them in and I had my monitors going, and I didn't even realize that I put the headphones on before I started the music, and I didn't realize I had to check to see if there was anything coming out of the speakers. I was like, oh wow, I actually do have content coming out of the speakers as well. And so that was kind of cool, because I was like, this isolation is really good on these.
The isolation was much better than any other headphones that I've ever used.
I get pretty excited about the things I use because I choose the things that I use. And I gotta say, with these 840s, I would gladly tell any of my front of house friends, old or young, guys that I've just met, to consider these for their next purchase.
PGA 58 Dynamic Vocal Microphone is a professional quality mic featuring highly durable design and construction for excellent sound. Inspired by the legendary sound of the SM58, the PGA 58 is a tailored microphone that captures the natural clarity of lead and backup vocals, rejecting unwanted noise. This mic is ideal for use in lead and backup vocal performance applications. Sound like a pro from day one.
Worked all day and slept all night. Tried not to cause a fight. Please don't go and break my heart. How can we end before we start?
Ready over there?
Follow me to the sky. I'll lead you there, baby. Ooh, yeah.
My name is Emily Dolan Davies. I am a touring and recording drummer. I've played with people like The Darkness, Brian Ferry, Tricky, the Thompson Twins, Cher Lloyd, basically anyone that will have me. And in the last year, I've also set up my own recording studio, and I've been doing remote recording sessions for people across the world, which has been incredible. Today I'm here with a bunch of Shure PG Alta microphones, and I just wanted to run you through what I use, how I set them up, and how awesome they are, basically. On the snare drum, I'm using the PGA 57, and this is a great mic. I mean, the 57 by Shure is a classic mic, especially for snare drums anyway, so it's great that they've included this in the kit because, I mean, how could it not be? You know, it's just brilliant. For the placement on the snare drum, I generally go for it hitting the center of the snare drum. Also on the snare drum, I have got one of these 98Ds, which are excellent for miking the bottom of the snare drum. Really easy to just clip on, and I've got it just slightly to the left of the snare bed, so you get a really nice crack, and the mixture between the top head and the bottom head is really, really great. Sometimes you have to flip the phase on the bottom, which is completely normal, but it just gives a really nice overall sound and mix. Now, generally, I'm quite a greedy drummer, so I actually like to have 3 microphones on my snare drum, and both the 98D and the 57 are brilliant on the side of the snare drum, and I usually mic the hole on the snare drum, so that's where all the air's coming out when you hit the drum, because obviously if it couldn't escape, the drum would probably explode or something like that. So I'll put one on the bottom, one on the hole of the snare drum, and one on the top, and that mixture between the 3 of them, just, I've never had a bad snare drum sound, unless it's the actual drum, then it's all down to me, it's not down to the microphone at all. But you know, I've always had a brilliant sound from those 3 mics mixing, and I'll send it off, and I've never had anyone complain ever about that. As for these the 98Ds, which are also on the toms, they're brilliant. First of all, the most simple thing, a gooseneck on the actual microphone, which means that you're not restricted to being really, really close to the drum, which a lot of clip-on mics have that problem. And I've had a lot of problems with it in the past, to the point where you can only mic sort of the very edge of the drum. And I mean, that's not where the best sound is, because if it was, then people would be playing on it, you know what I mean? But with this, you can get, you know, you can get a lot of height. If you want a lot of air between the drum and the actual signal, the microphone, then you can do that, or you can do it really, really close, which I like. And again, just placement wise, generally try and make it hit the middle of the drum. One thing that I love about these microphones as well, because I'm a drummer and I'm a bit slow, and I'm not saying it's because I'm a drummer, but I'm definitely a bit slow, is that they have an arrow on them which tells you which way to actually face a microphone. Because I find, for me personally, whenever I find microphones with grills on either side, I get completely confused as to which way should be facing the actual source of the sound. So for me, that's good. It's foolproof, and I'm a fool, so it's awesome. So now I'll go to the overheads. They're the PGA 181s, which I have in an XY configuration, which is a great way of getting a really wide sound, and I think it's really important for drums. And I just love it. The other reason I really like this configuration is that you don't get any phasing issues, which I have had in the past with different microphones, and you end up getting out with a tape measure and all sorts of malarkey, just trying to make sure that everything hits at the same time, and it's a headache. And I feel like, it's music. It's not meant to be a big headache, and especially for what I'm doing, people want drum tracks quickly. They don't want to have to wait because I'm sat there with a bit of string, trying to work out if that microphone is 2 millimeters further away than that one, and trying to work out the angles. This is just a perfect way of doing it. No phasing, great wide sound, and the other thing that I really love about these mics is that they're so much more versatile. So you can have them like this, or if you want to do the whole measuring thing, because I know a lot of people do like to do that, which is fine, but I like to do other things like cook. So yeah, if you just you can put them either straight down, or you can put them in a Glyn Johns kind of configuration, which I'll be doing later. They're really great as room mics, which is what I've been using them for recently as well. You can stick one in the corner of the room just to get an idea of the space of the room. Another thing that I know a lot of producers like to do is take one of those room mics and then just like put tons of compression or effects on it, and just sort of like to make the drums slightly more exciting or different. So they're perfect for that because they're very clean, they're great. Another room mic technique that I really like, which is I think I've seen a couple of drummers do it. I think Butch Vig has done it before. I think that's where I got the idea. I actually put a microphone behind me, just above my head. As I play, I'm tuning and I'm playing to what my ears hear, and to me that's going to sound great, because if it doesn't, then there's a serious problem. But then I thought, okay, well, why not put a microphone head, and then they can get that kind of spectrum as well. And I did that, and a lot of people really like that idea too. So the kick drum, we have a PGA 52, and for years and years and years, as long as I can remember, I've used a Beta 52A. Now they're great mics, definitely never had a problem with it, just like, yep, this is great, this works, awesome. Then I tried this and I was like, oh, that's what it's meant to sound like. Okay, so they're just brilliant. They're round, very warm. You get a nice amount of attack. It's a really great all-round mic. So if you're only able to use one microphone, that is the microphone to use. It's the best sounding kick drum mic, and you don't have to worry about having 3 mics, to mix in together. You can do that still too, because that sounds great as well. But to know that you can have one kick drum mic and that it's going to sound brilliant is just, that's foolproof. It's perfect. So yeah, all in all, amazing set of mics, and very versatile, and I love them.
You're giving me a million reasons to let you go. You're giving me a million reasons to quit the show. You're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. If I had a highway, I would run for the hills. If you could find a dry way, I'd forever be still. But you're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. I bow down to pray. I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I've got 100 million reasons to walk away, but baby, I just need one good one to stay. It's stuck in a cycle, I look off and I stare. It's like that I've stopped breathing but completely aware. Cause you're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. And if you say something that you might even mean, it's hard to even fathom which part I should believe. Cause you're giving me a million reasons. give me a million reasons, giving me a million reasons, about a million reasons. I bow down to pray. I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I've got 100 million reasons to walk away, but baby, I just need one good one to stay. Baby, I'm pleading, pleading, hey, can't you give me what I'm needing, needing? Every heartbreak makes it hard to keep the faith. Baby, I just need one good, one good, one good, one good, one good, one good one. When I bow down to pray, I try to make the worst seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through what is worn out leather. I've got 100 million reasons to walk away, baby, I just need one good one, good one. Tell me that you'll be the good one, good one. Baby, I just need one good one to stay.我怕来不及，我要抱着你，直到感觉你的皱纹有了岁月的痕迹，直到肯定你是真的，直到失去力气，为了你，我愿意。动也不能动，也要看着你，直到感觉你的发线有了白雪的痕迹，直到视线变得模糊，直到不能呼吸，让我们形影不离。如果全世界我也可以放弃，至少还有你值得我去珍惜，而你在这里就是生命的奇迹。也许全世界我也可以忘记，就是不愿意失去你的消息，你掌心的痣我总记得在哪里。我怕来不及，我要抱着你，直到感觉你的发线有了白雪的痕迹，直到视线变得模糊，直到不能呼吸，让我们形影不离。如果全世界我也可以放弃，至少还有你值得我去珍惜，而你在这里就是生命的奇迹。也许全世界我也可以忘记，就是不愿意 失去你的消息，一张新的纸，我总记得在哪里。我们好不容易，我们身不由己。我怕时间太快，不够将你看仔细。我怕时间太慢，日夜担心失去你，恨不得一夜之间白头，永不分离。如果全世界我也可以放弃，至少还有你值得我去珍惜，而你在这里就是生命的奇迹。也许全世界我也可以忘记，就是不愿意失去你的消息，一张新的纸，我总记得在哪里。在哪里？Pink cheeks, cotton and purple on my nails. They all think that I come from a fairy tale. And I remember when I sing, I cast a spell. Deep in the ocean, you hear the bells. Your parents adore me, your friends, they love me to say I'm pretty. Look how it's easy from judge a book by its cover. Now I will tell you a secret if you come closer. If you look for it, you see something bad in me. If you look for it, you see something bad in me, yeah. Let me introduce myself and tell you what I am. Something strange that you still hide under your bed. I have the shape of all your desires, and I can fake it, I'm a good liar. Like it without, I'm making illusion. Like a demon, I'm good at destruction. Don't judge a book by its cover. Now I will tell you a secret to become closer. I will tell you a secret to become closer. I will tell you a secret to become closer. I will tell you a secret to become closer. I'll tell you a secret to become closer. Oh, if you look for it, you see something bad in me. If you look for it, you see something bad in me, yeah. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play out, we'll bring your game. Can you guess behind this mask? Can you guess who I am? Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. Welcome to the final show, it's got to be sit there. Oh, 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 oh. If you look for it, you see something bad in me. If you look for it, you see something bad in me, If you look for it, you see something bad in me. If you look for it, you see something bad in me. Pink cheeks, cotton and purple on my nails. They all think that I come from a fairy tale. And I remember when I sing, I cast a spell. Deep in the ocean, you hear the bells. Your parents adore me, your friends, they love me to say I'm pretty. Look how it's easy. Don't judge a book by its cover. Now I will tell you a secret if you come closer. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me, yeah. Let me introduce myself and tell you what I am. Something strange that used to hide under your bed. I have the shape of all your desires, and I can fake it, I'm a good liar. Like it without, I'm making it listen. Like a demon, I'm good at destruction. Don't judge a book by its cover. Now I will tell you a secret. If you come closer, I will tell you a secret. If you come closer, I will tell you a secret. If you come closer, I will tell you a secret. If you come closer, I'll tell you a secret. Come closer, oh, if you're looking for that, you see something bad in me. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me, yeah. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play out, we'll bring your game. Can you guess beyond this mask? Can you guess who I am? Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. Welcome to the final show, it's fasten your seatbelt. Oh, 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 oh. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me, bad in me, bad in me, bad in me. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me. If you're looking for that, you see something bad in me.
I think it's a big misconception that you need to have a lot of money and expensive gear to make great music. I started with the Focusrite Scarlett, and it's great because it's super easy to use and it comes with a lot of great plugins now that you can have a great sounding song.
Come on and touch me casually. Tell me all your deep thoughts, anything you recall. Talk to me.
I always thought this was kind of like rocket science, but it's not. You can totally do it. It makes it so much easier when you have stuff like the Scarlett that you can just plug and play.
Hi, my name is Dave Bode for Tuts Plus, and thanks so much for checking out this course. If you're a photographer and you want to know more about lenses, this is the course for you. You're going to start by learning about focal length and field of view, because this is the most important aspect of any lens system. Next, you're going to learn about aperture. You're going to find out what aperture does and the two main areas that aperture affects: depth of field and diffraction. Next, you're going to learn about what makes a good lens by taking a look at a bad lens. There, you're going to learn about things like blurring, loss of contrast, chromatic aberration, barrel and pin cushion distortion, and more. You're going to learn about special lens features, things like image stabilization, optical glass coatings, and special focusing motors. Then you're going to learn about several different specific classes of lenses, things like the standard zoom lens, a wide-angle zoom lens, medium telephoto zoom lenses, and telephoto zoom lenses. You're going to learn about super zoom lenses and why these are probably the ultimate travel lens. Then we're going to talk about prime lenses and discuss the pros and cons of using a prime lens. Then you're going to learn about one of my most favorite specialty prime lenses, a fisheye lens. You're also going to learn a little bit about macro photography by checking out some lenses that have a macro feature. And you're going to learn how we can take an ordinary lens and add an extension tube and turn that into a macro lens. Finally, we're going to be taking a look at a few examples of how we can use focal length and field of view combined with perspective to change the composition of our shots. We're going to start by taking a look at how focal length and field of view has an effect on the human face. And we're going to check out what that looks like over a wide range of focal lengths. Then we're going to apply that same concept to shooting objects outside where we have a little bit more room to be able to move around and recompose our images. Throughout the entire course, we're going to be looking at different example photos for each one of those lens types, so you can get an idea of what those lenses are best suited for. We're going to cover a tremendous amount in this course. We're going to see how to create some really fantastic looking images and hopefully have some fun along the way. With that said, you're ready to get started, so make sure you check out the very next lesson where you're going to learn about focal length and field of view. The basic description of a photographic lens is focal length, because this determines how much of the world in front of your camera you will be able to fit on your image sensor. In other words, how much will you be able to see through the eyes of your camera? In this lesson, you're going to learn what focal length is and how focal length and field of view are related. The first thing to sort out is what focal length actually is. Despite what you may have previously thought, focal length is not a description of how long or short a lens is physically. Focal length is the distance in millimeters from the optical center of the lens to your camera's image sensor when the lens is focused at infinity. The optical center is the point where all light rays intersect inside the lens. Unless you're going to pursue a career in optics, we really don't have to go too much further than this because it's more important to understand how focal length relates to what you see. The focal length of a lens determines its angle of view, or field of view, and thus how much the subject will be magnified or reduced for a given photographic position. A shorter focal length results in a wider field of view. A longer focal length results in a more narrow field of view. This is one of the most important things to understand about lenses, because the focal length of a lens is telling you how much of the world you will be able to see from your current position. For example, if you're standing here and you're trying to shoot a building with a 50mm lens, you would get this much of it in your frame. In order to get more of the building in your shot, you basically have three choices. You can stand in the same spot and shoot multiple images and then stitch them together in Photoshop, stand in the same spot and use a shorter focal length, like 18mm, or use the same 50mm lens and move way back to get the building in your shot. What this example shows is that one focal length is not good for all situations. What if we couldn't move back? Then we would have to rely on the stitched method, but we do have options. In this example, we were using a fixed focal length lens, which is called a prime lens. Most photographers will start out with a zoom lens, which is essentially a variable focal length lens. With almost any interchangeable lens camera system, you can get a fantastic range of focal lengths in lenses that cover super wide to the very, very tight. Later in this course, we're going to explore how focal length affects composition and how it affects people's faces. For now, we need to talk about sensor size. Somewhere along the line, you may have heard the term crop sensor or digital photo lens. First, let's talk about crop sensor. Digital photo cameras have sensors that record the images projected by the lens, and sensors are not all the same size. The quote-unquote standard is full frame, which is the 35mm film equivalent. If your camera has a sensor that's smaller than full frame, which most of the cameras in the world are, then it's a crop sensor. There are three major categories that camera sensors fall into: full frame, APS-C, and micro four thirds. There are more sizes than this, but these are the most popular. Camera makers have different names for these sizes. Nikon calls the full frame format FX, while Sony and Canon call this full frame. Sony and Canon use APS-C to describe the sensors that use the APS-C format, while Nikon calls this format DX. Finally, micro four thirds is pretty much called micro four thirds by everyone. The word crop is a reference to what happens when you stick a lens on these cameras. If we put a 50mm lens on a full frame camera, we would get an image that looks something like this. If we put that same 50mm lens on a camera with a smaller sensor, like an APS-C size, we would get a different image that looks something like this. If we put that lens on a Micro Four Thirds camera, it's going to look like this. The lens is the same on all cameras, but the images look different. What happens is that a lens acts like a projector. Light from the world in front of the lens is projected and brought into focus on the image sensor. On a full-frame camera, it looks like this, but an APS-C sensor is smaller, so it looks like this. Essentially, we are seeing less of the projected image. A Micro Four Thirds camera is even smaller than APS-C, so it sees even less of the projected image. The effect is that the smaller sensors are cropping compared to the full-frame sensor. This doesn't mean that the photos will be smaller, because these smaller sensors may have the same or more pixels. Because they are only seeing the center portion of the projected image, they are seeing less of the world. This means that in order to get a shot that is comparable on a camera with a smaller sensor, we have to use a shorter focal length lens, or move back farther to get the same composition. Now, at some point, someone may have told you that a 50mm lens on your APS-C Canon camera is really an 80mm lens. This is sometimes referred to as equivalent focal length, but it should be called equivalent field of view. The reason is a 50mm lens did not change its focal length once you mounted it on a different camera. What changes is the crop and the equivalent field of view. So, a 50mm lens on a Canon APS-C sized sensor is similar to an 80mm lens's field of view on a full-frame camera. This is also referred to as a field of view crop factor. APS-C has a crop factor of 1.6x for Canon cameras and 1.5x for Nikon cameras. Micro Four Thirds has a 2x crop. A 50mm lens on a Micro Four Thirds camera would have a similar field of view to a 100mm lens on a full-frame camera. Unfortunately, if you have not spent time shooting on a full-frame or film camera, this is all rather meaningless. The way I like to think about it is like this. A crop sensor camera will be tighter, and getting ultra-wide angles will have more distortion. Once you start shooting with your camera for a while, you'll start to understand how to interpret this equivalent field of view much better. For now, just remember that a lower focal length means wider, and a higher focal length means tighter or more narrow. When you're looking at lenses, you might see a term like digital lens or designed for digital cameras. Canon calls this EFS, and Nikon calls this DX, and other lens makers have different names for this as well. These lenses are designed for smaller APS-C cameras. This enables them to be made smaller and lighter, containing less glass, and be less expensive. Some of these lenses, like this Canon EFS lens, cannot be mounted on a full-frame camera because of this rear lens element that protrudes out of the back of the lens. Even though the Canon mounts are the same, this rear lens element would hit the mirror on a full-frame camera, and that would not be good. This is not true of all lenses. For example, this lens right here, made by Tokina, was designed for digital cameras, but it does not have a rear lens protrusion. So this will actually fit on a full-frame camera. However, because these quote-unquote digital lenses are designed to cover a smaller image sensor, sometimes they won't fill a full-frame sensor, which means that even though you can fit this on a full-frame camera, specifically a Canon full-frame camera, the projected image from this lens would not cover the sensor, which means that you'd get black along the edges. It would project kind of a circle right in the center of it. Now, in some zoom lenses, some parts of the focal range will actually cover a full frame sensor. For example, on this lens right here, I believe once you get past around 14mm, it will cover a full frame image sensor. But at its very widest, which is 11mm, this lens won't. And you basically have a circle right in the center of your full frame imager. We will explore focal length and how it affects images and composition later in this course. For now, you're ready to move on to the next section, where you're going to learn about aperture. Another one of those confusing numbers on lenses is aperture. In this lesson, you will learn what aperture is and how it affects the image. You'll also learn the difference between constant and variable wide aperture lenses and what this is going to look like in your shots. Aperture is a hole or opening through which light travels. In photography lenses, the aperture is usually specified as an f number, and a lens typically has a set of marked f-stops that the f number can be set to. A lower f number is a larger opening, and a higher f number is a smaller opening. The larger opening lets in more light, and the smaller opening lets in less light. The photography term 1 f-stop corresponds to a light intensity change factor of 2. For example, if we set a lens to f4, we will get a certain amount of light that enters our camera. If we change the aperture to f2.8, we will have effectively doubled the light we are allowing to reach the image sensor. If we change this again to f2, we are doubling the amount of light again. Compared to when we first had the aperture set to f4, we are now letting in 4 times as much light. The largest f-stop a lens can be set to is called its maximum aperture. This will vary from lens to lens. Generally, more expensive lenses have a larger maximum aperture. So the most basic thing we need to know about aperture is that it controls the amount of light that is let into our camera. Sometimes more light is referred to as faster. For example, if we adjust our aperture from f4 to f2.8, you might say that we are using a faster aperture. Or if your lens's maximum aperture is f2.8 and you are not getting the correct exposure, you might say, I need to get a faster lens. Fast is referring to the shutter speed. If we are maxed out on sensor gain, or ISO, we can get a good exposure with a smaller aperture by using a longer or slower exposure time, or shutter speed. The problem is that slower exposure times don't work for a lot of situations because they will result in motion blur. By using a faster lens that has a larger maximum aperture, we are going to let more light into the camera, and thus we will be able to use a faster shutter speed or exposure time. Let's look at an example. All right, in this example, we're going to check out what difference a quote-unquote fast lens can make in terms of stopping motion and why it's called a fast lens. So we're looking at a little scene here. This is the back of my camera, so you can see what kind of camera settings that I'm using. And then off in the distance there, you can see something moving. Now that is my automatic motorized camera slider that I built myself. Thank you very much. And the reason is because in the real world, it's hard to get people and other objects to remain constant. And if we were shooting outside, the light may change and that may change our metering. So this is a very controlled setup to see what happens and what we're going to get in terms of the exposure here. So I'm going to take it out of live view here. And I'm set to manual. My ISO is currently set to 3200, which is pretty high. It's not as high as it can go on this camera, but it's as high as we're going to go for this example. And the reason is because we're going to kind of use what you might consider the highest ISO on your camera. And we're just going to pretend that 3200 is the highest acceptable ISO on this camera. I'm set to f4.5, which is the highest that this lens can go because I have a super zoom lens on this camera. It's an 18 to 270 millimeter f3.5 to 6.3, and it's currently set to 50 millimeters. And I'm also in evaluative metering, which is what that little icon means right there. And so when I meter this, right now it says I'm just a hair under. So it's telling me 1/10 of a second here is going to get, well, maybe 1/13 of a second is going to be the right exposure. All right, so I'm going to take the photo and we're going to check out what this looks like here. Have it set the 2-second timer. And if we take a look at this photo, you're going to see that there is motion blur because 1/10 of a second at 50 millimeters is not enough to stop the motion of that camera slider. And if this were the best ISO, if this were the highest ISO that you could use on your camera without, being ridiculously noisy, or maybe your camera just has an ISO limit of 3200, then this would be a problem. Now, this camera can go up to ISO 12,800, but that's crazy, crazy noisy. So in this particular case, it would be better to use a quote unquote faster lens because it's going to give us a better maximum aperture, and therefore we're going to be able to get a better shutter speed out of this. So let me change lenses and let's check out what that looks like. All right, I've just changed lenses and I put on here my nifty 50 Canon 50mm prime lens, and it has a maximum aperture of f1.8. So I can take this and I can roll it up to f1.8. And now when I half press the shutter button, it's going to be 2 stops overexposed. So now what I can do is I can make the shutter speed a little bit faster here. And I'm going to be able to get, well, it says 160 is like 1/3 underexposed. 1/50th of a second looks like it's just about there. So I'm going to take this shot at 1/50th of a second. And when we look at the exposure, what we're going to see is the motion blur is a lot better. Now it's not perfect, right? We could probably go to maybe 1/60th of a second. That might help tighten it up just a hair. There is a tiny bit of motion blur, but you can see that that is going to be a lot more usable. And so this faster lens here is going to allow us to use a shutter speed that's much, much better for this particular situation. If our limit was ISO 3200, then the other lens would not be usable inside without a flash. With a flash, we would be able to add more light to our scene and we'd be able to use a faster shutter speed. Without a flash, right? If we were just shooting in available light, this is the best we would be able to get. Now, f1.8 is not the fastest 50mm that you can get. You can get a f1.4. You can get an f1.2. Lenses, 50mm lenses that are f1.2 are above $1,000. And you can get a manual focus only lens that is f.95, I believe, which is even faster. That's going to definitely be fast enough to stop the motion, at least this motion here in this example. But you can see how this very inexpensive $100 prime here gives us a nice bump. It's over 2 full stops better. From f4 to f2.8 is 1 stop. f2.8 to f2 is 2 full stops, and this is 1.8, so that's like 2 and I think 1/3 maybe. So it's giving us 2 1/3 stops better, plus we started at f4.5, so that's probably 2 2/3 stops better. We can really get something that's a lot nicer with a faster lens. A faster lens makes a huge difference when you're shooting inside or anytime that the light is low. Usually that's going to be when you're inside, but I suppose it could be when you're outside in the moonlight, you know, and that would make a difference there as well. But primarily you'll find the biggest benefit for fast lenses inside when you're not using a flash. What this means is that when the light is low, as in when you're shooting inside, you want a lens with a larger maximum aperture. As noise levels on cameras get better as time goes on, this will become less of an issue. For now, getting a lens with a fast aperture will result in cleaner, sharper images in low light. So what's considered fast? For a zoom lens, it's f2.8, and for a prime lens, it's f2.8 and above, like f2, 1.8, 1.4, 1.2, and even 0.9. We'll talk more about zooms and primes later in this course. Aperture has a few side effects that we need to talk about, such as depth of field and diffraction. Depth of field, sometimes abbreviated as DOF, is the distance between the nearest and the farthest objects in a scene that appear acceptably sharp in an image. Another way to think about this is the area in front and behind the point of focus that appears to be in focus. Depth of field is a rather complex topic, and if you want more information, you can check out a fantastic course that I put together called Mastering Depth of Field and Exposure, right here on Tuts Plus. For now, we are just going to think about depth of field as the part of our scene that is sharply in focus. Aperture controls depth of field, and it works like this. A larger aperture, or lower number, has a shorter depth of field. And a smaller aperture, or larger number, has a longer depth of field. This is important because this is an area that you will want to control. If you are outside and you need a lot of depth of field, you're going to use a smaller aperture, like f11, f16, f20, maybe even f22. If you are shooting a portrait, you might want to use a shorter depth of field to isolate your subject, maybe something like f4 or f2.8. Most all lenses will be able to give you a small enough aperture to satisfy your long depth of field needs. So that's not really an issue. If you want super short depth of field, you're going to need a faster lens. And this is what can separate a lot of lenses. Some zoom lenses have a constant wide aperture. This means that no matter where you are in the lens's zoom range, the aperture remains the same. This is contrasted by lenses that have a variable wide aperture. These lenses usually start at a wider aperture on the short end of their zoom range. For example, this Tamron 18 to 270 millimeter lens is f3.5 to 6.3. As we go from 18 millimeters to 270 millimeters, the aperture gets smaller. This means that at the long end, this lens is letting in a lot less light. An aperture of f6.3 isn't nearly as wide as f2.8, but if you are shooting outside in nice bright sunlight, it would work just fine. The thing to remember is that with variable aperture lenses, you have less control over the depth of field and light levels as you use higher focal lengths. The other effect of aperture that I mentioned earlier is diffraction. Again, without getting super technical, this is what you need to know. Diffraction is the bending of light rays at smaller apertures. This causes the image to become noticeably less sharp. This is sort of an odd thing because usually lenses become more sharp as you use smaller apertures. But diffraction is not an on-off switch. It's a gradual effect. Diffraction is also limited by sensor size and not lenses. On a full-frame sensor, you would be able to use apertures down to f22 without seeing diffraction start to degrade the image. On an APS-C and Micro Four Thirds cameras, the limit is around f11, which is 2 full stops higher than full frame. This doesn't mean that you can't shoot at f22 on these smaller sensors. You can, but it will be a softer image. If you wanted to reduce the light coming into the lens on a crop sensor camera without losing detail, you could use the smallest aperture before you start to see diffraction, and then pop on an ND filter to cut a few more stops. Again, the main thing to understand about aperture is that it controls the amount of light and conversely, the depth of field. As you move throughout this course, you're going to see examples of fast primes and zoom lenses with variable apertures. For now, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you will learn about what a good lens is by checking out what a bad lens looks like. If you look around at all at photo lenses, you will see a vast difference in the prices. Generally, more expensive lenses are better, but why? The easiest way to explain this is to look at what a bad lens looks like, because a good lens is a lens that does not exhibit the characteristics of a bad lens. Lenses are only good compared to other lenses. In this lesson, you will learn about blurring, loss of contrast, chromatic aberration, vignetting, and distortion by taking a look at some crappy lenses. First up, let's look at blurring. In photography, we want to capture as much detail as we can. If we want to selectively blur our image in post-production, we can, but it makes sense to start with something sharp. Blurring in lenses is not the part of the image that is out of focus. It's either motion blur or a lack of sharpness from the lens. Let's take a look. For this example, we're going to be taking a look at 2 photos that I took at about 18 millimeters. I'll show you the properties here, right there, 18 millimeters. And they're obviously of a brick wall. And I chose to do a brick wall because it's flat and it has a lot of detail in it. If you're looking at this photo like this, you're kind of seeing the entire thing. And it doesn't really look too bad. You're not seeing blurring. But if you are a pixel peeper, which means you like to look at things at a 1-to-1 pixel ratio, then you're going to see something different. So if I zoom up here, and now we're looking at 100%, in the center, this looks fairly decent. But as I scroll over here, especially to this corner, usually images are the most soft in the corner, so that's what we're going to check out. You're going to see that there's a noticeable drop-off in sharpness. Right here, we're still pretty sharp, but right around here, you're saying, looks like someone smeared some jelly on the lens. Now we're going to compare this with this image right here. And we're going to go up and check out what's happening in the corner here. Now, both of these images exhibit blurring, but one of them looks much worse. And the one that looks much worse is the cheap kit lens that came with my very first DSLR. It's a Canon EF-S 18 to 55 millimeter, f3.5 to 5.6, and it's not a very sharp lens. Now, this particular photo was taken at f3.5, and if we check out the other photo here, the other photo was taken at f2.8. So this photo here was taken at f2.8, and you're seeing some blurring, but check out the difference between this photo and this photo. Can you see the difference there? This guy right here goes from, this is looking okay. You can actually see, though, right on the edge of this photo, especially in the corners, that it goes from okay sharpness. If we zoom right up in the center, this is reasonable sharpness, but as you go towards the edge, whoa, this gets way out of control in the blurring department. I mean, that's just bad. But even if we take this image and then we'll go back here and we're going to just zoom up right on the center of this one, and then we'll go back to this one and we'll zoom right up on the center of this one. Check out the difference between this and this. Now, they're not exactly the same because I think I bumped the tripod a little bit, but just look at the difference in sharpness. And this is comparing center sharpness. And on a lens, lenses are usually the sharpest dead center. Okay. So this lens right here is clearly better. And it's also better, as we just saw, in the corners. But overall, this second lens has an issue with blurring. It's just not as sharp as a better lens, as a more high quality piece of glass, even in the center. Now, this isn't awful sharpness, but it's certainly not as good as this. You can see this is much sharper. You can especially tell if you look at the details in the shadows right here. Just look at how sharp these shadows are rendered right in the center. Okay, so keep your eye on that. And then when we go to the second one, you can see there's more, just very slightly more of a gradation there between these two images. I mean, they were taken probably less than 15 seconds apart. So there's no shift in the lighting. In fact, on this day, there were 0 clouds in the sky. So it's the exact same lighting. There's no softening of the light. And you can see that this second lens here, what you'd call kind of a crappy lens, it's awful on the edges and in the corners. And even the center sharpness is not as good as a more high quality lens. Now, this second lens here is a Sigma 17 to 50 millimeter f2.8. So it's a constant aperture lens, and it's showing you sharpness at a more wide open aperture. If we were to look at this photo here, let me just pull this up so you can see. This shot is with that same Sigma lens, but now it's at f3.5. And usually as you stop a lens down, it's going to become sharper. So now they're at the same exact aperture. They're both at f3.5. And this second shot here is probably going to look maybe just a hair sharper, perceivable that much. But if we look in the corner here, you can see in the extreme corners, it is showing you some sharpness. And usually, unless you're talking about the very best lenses, you're usually going to see a little bit of blurring in the corners, especially with zoom lenses. Prime lenses, maybe not so much, but you can see even in the center of these two images, if you were to only have this as your reference point, you'd say, that's okay. But compared to this, you'd say, that's not so great, right? It's not like ridiculously sharper, but if we were just to go over, we're still in the middle here, and we're going to look at the edge performance. So not the corner, we're just looking at the edge now. And so this is the kind of the cheaper, crappier lens, and this is the better lens. You can see it looks much sharper. So that right there is what blurring looks like. In better lenses, will do a better job with sharpness, and it won't exhibit as much blurring, especially in the corners and on the edges of the image. One of the things that makes a lens great is nice looking contrast. Contrast is detail, and lenses that have poor contrast performance, just like blurring, lack detail. Let's check out an example. In this example, we're going to look at the difference between two different lenses again on this picture of this desk here that I took, and I kind of backlit this with a studio strobe. And you can see here we have picture A and picture B, and they look really quite similar. The image shifts just a hair, but they're pretty close. They're both taken at about 50 millimeters at somewhere, I think, around f5.6, right? Yeah. Again, just like the last image, if you're looking at the full image here, they both look okay. You can't really see a huge difference. What we're looking at is contrast, right? The difference between light and dark. Both of these were taken with the same flash setting, so it's going to be very, very consistent between these because this is not a battery-powered speed light. This is a studio strobe, so the consistency between these two shots is going to be pretty good. But just look at the difference between the contrast. Now, this second one is obviously sharper, right? That's pretty plain to see. But what we're looking at is the difference between the contrast of these two images, which is pretty subtle, right? I mean, this one isn't awful, but this one you'd say that's better. And what I'm seeing is that this one looks punchier. The colors look a little bit more deep there. It just looks a little bit more contrasty. This one just looks flatter. And particularly, I'm looking at this area right here. I'm looking at the color tones in here, and I'm looking at the general kind of difference between the light and the dark tones in here, especially compared to this outer non-shadowed area here where it's getting the direct light. So if we look at this and then we go to here, this to me just looks like it has better contrast. You can just see that the tones in the second image just look punchier. They look deeper. They look richer, right? And that's another difference that you'll see between crappy lenses and better lenses. Chromatic aberration is a type of distortion in which there is a failure of a lens to focus all colors to the same convergence point. Put simply, chromatic aberration is a smearing of the colors that you can see on the edges of objects. Let's take a look. All right, in this example, we're going to look at another pair of images here, and this time we're looking at chromatic aberration. Again, if we're looking at the whole image, chromatic aberration is not going to be a huge deal, right? It's not going to be something that if you post your pictures to Facebook or if someone's looking at a smaller image, a smaller print, chromatic aberration may not be a huge deal. And it can be corrected to some degree in Photoshop, Lightroom, Aperture, something that processes raw images, or even JPEGs for that matter. It can be corrected, but much better to start with an image that has less of it, because as you're going to see in a second, chromatic aberration does affect the image pretty drastically. So what we're going to do here is we're going to punch in to this image. You can see that this image looks pretty good. Now, particularly where we're going to see chromatic aberration is between high contrast points. So on this lens, we are seeing chromatic aberration right here. It's red between this white part and the dark part here. You can see there's a little red haze here. And around other parts of this image, you're going to see that crop up as well. It's not too bad, but you are going to see it. If we're looking in the trees here, between the leaves and the sky, which is very high contrast, we can see a little bit of chromatic aberration. It's very, very subtle, but we can definitely see along this super high contrast edge right here, there is chromatic aberration. Now, let's compare that with this image. And if we punch up here, we're going to see something completely different. Now, first, let's look at this leafy area here. What you're seeing here is a different kind of chromatic aberration, and this is more commonly referred to as purple fringing. And just like the other image here, this is chromatic aberration of the more red wavelengths of light, and this is chromatic aberration in the more bluish ends of the spectrum. This lens is not focusing the violet wavelengths properly, which is why we're getting this purple fringing. Now you can see that we are getting purple fringing here along the same points that we were on the other lens, but this lens is terrible. I mean, this is awful. Every single high contrast point looks like we smeared Vaseline on it. I mean, that's not good. For one, this lens is not nearly as sharp as the other lens, but even if it wasn't as sharp, we're still seeing chromatic aberration just ruin parts of this image, especially these real high contrast points in the trees here. It just looks like there's a big, giant purple glow around everything. Now, we can clean this up a little bit in a photo processing application, but this is pretty bad. Now, this lens I also got with my very first DSLR. This is a Quantaray 70 to 300 millimeter zoom lens. I believe it's f4.5 to 6.3 or something. This is a Canon 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 IS. I think that Quantaray lens cost about $160. This Canon lens costs over $2,000. This is a Canon L series lens. That's one of their professional quote unquote lenses. But there's a huge difference in a crappy lens versus a professional lens like this, right? You can just see that's just a huge mess, and that's really not so bad. Big difference there. Higher end lenses use LD or low dispersion glass that contain fluorite. These hybridized glasses have very low levels of optical dispersion, thus resulting in less chromatic aberration. Next, let's look at vignetting. In photography and optics, vignetting is a reduction of the image's brightness or saturation at the periphery compared to the image center. Many lenses have vignetting when set to their maximum aperture, but lower quality optics will have more. Vignetting also usually gets better as you stop the lens down. Let's take a look. In this example, we're going to be checking out vignetting. Now, I've taken two photos of something very interesting here. It's just a plain white wall, and the white balance was not set properly on my camera, so it actually looks yellow, but that doesn't really matter because what we're going to be looking at is how vignetting on these lenses is affecting our image. And the reason that I shot let's say it's a yellow wall here, is that when you're shooting in the real world, vignetting is often much more difficult to see because you don't know if you're seeing vignetting or the natural fall off of light in that particular area. So we shoot something that's a solid color that's lit extremely flatly so that we can see what the lens is actually doing. Now, this image does not look like it's displaying any vignetting, but if we look at this other image, now we're seeing something different. We are seeing a definite darkening in the corners and along the edge of this image. Now we're going to see vignetting more on the sides than we will the top because this imager is wider than it is tall, which means as we get closer to the edges of the projected image circle, we are going to see more vignetting, and we're going to get closer on the sides than we are at the top because this is wider. I should say that crop sensor cameras do much better with vignetting than a full frame or larger sensor camera, especially if you're using non-crop lenses or non-digital lenses, because these are projecting an image circle appropriate to fill a full frame camera. And these photos are in fact taken on an APS-C sized camera, which means that the full image circle is larger than this imager. So we're not seeing as much vignetting as we would on a full frame camera. If we stuck these same two lenses on a full frame camera, we would see more vignetting probably out of both lenses, especially out of this one, because this is obviously pretty bad. But if you can imagine, as it gets darker here, on a full frame, we just extend this out farther and we'd see more darkening of the image. So it's going to be more prevalent when you're using a larger sensor and a lens that's designed for a larger sensor. Now, if you're using a crop sensor and a digital lens, that means that the image circle is going to be made to just fit that imager on a crop sensor camera, which means you're going to see more vignetting, as opposed to if you used a regular lens, but still on a crop sensor camera, vignetting is something that you will see in lenses. And you can see between these two images, although it's subtle, this one definitely has a darkening on the edges of the image. Distortion is another effect that can be present on many lenses. There are two major types of distortion: barrel and pincushion. In barrel distortion, image magnification decreases with distance from the optical axis, or center. The apparent effect is that of an image which has been mapped around a sphere, or barrel. In a zoom lens, barrel distortion appears in the middle of the lens's focal length range and is the worst at the wide end of the range. Let's take a look. So let's check out what barrel distortion looks like. We're looking at an image of the currently looked at earlier, but this time we're going to be focusing on what's happening to the distortion of this image. Now, sometimes barrel distortion is hard to see until you compare it with a corrected version. Okay, so this is that same image, and this is a photo taken with the Canon EFS 18 to 55 millimeter lens, and this is the corrected distortion version. Okay, so I took this into Adobe Raw Camera Processor in Photoshop, and I corrected for the lens's distortion based on the automatic settings that it provides from the profile of this lens. And so you can see as we toggle between these two images, this is what barrel distortion looks like. We get this kind of bulge of the image towards the center where it looks like the image is being mapped around a barrel. And that's where the term barrel distortion comes from. Okay, now here's two more examples. All right, this is another lens. This is the Sigma 17 to 50 millimeter lens, and this is the original non-corrected version, and this is the corrected version. Okay, and you can see as we go from this image to this image right here, this is the Canon, this is the Sigma. All right, Canon, Sigma, that the barrel distortion is much more pronounced on the cheaper Canon lens. Now, that may be partially due to the fact that the Canon lens is a little bit more of a variable focal length lens. So that's 18 to 55 millimeters, where this is 17 to 50 millimeters. Okay, so it's a little bit more telephoto. And as lenses have more of a telephoto range, the more zoom range you have in a lens, the more distortion you can expect at the long and short end of the focal length. So that is probably why this lens, here we're looking at the non-corrected version again, looks a little bit better than this right here. We're seeing much more distortion. And the less correction that has to be made, the better the result will be, because you'll get less stretching of the image, and that's going to look a good bit better. In pincushion distortion, image magnification increases with distance from the optical axis, or center. The visible effect is that lines that do not go through the center of the image are bowed inward toward the center of the image, like a pincushion. Let's take a look. In this next series of images, we're going to be looking at pincushion distortion. Pincushion distortion usually occurs at the longer end of the focal range. Okay, so in this particular image, we're looking at the side of a building, and this is shot at 200 millimeters. And this was shot with a Tamron 18 to 270 millimeter lens. So that's a super zoom lens, which we're going to talk more about later in this course. And what we're looking at here is the pincushion distortion. This image here is the no lens correction version. Now, all four of these images have been corrected for their perspective, just so I can get them lined up pretty similarly. But this image has not had the lens distortion corrected in it. And so just on the surface here, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. But if we compare this to the corrected version, you can see that there is definitely some pin cushioning going on. Now, the center of the image looks like it's being squinched or squished, and that is the pin cushion distortion. So we get this kind of shrinking towards the center of the optical axis, or basically the center of the image. Now let's compare that to this image right here, which looks a little bit different. This is shot with the Canon 70 to 200L lens, the IS lens, and this is the non-lens corrected version, and this is the corrected version. You can see the difference between these two is very slight compared to this guy right here, where it looks like there's a little bit more of a pin cushioning happening. Now, there is pin cushioning in both of these, but over here with the Tamron lens, there's a little bit more. A lot of times, when you're looking at reviews of lenses, they will talk about how well a lens handles vignetting, chromatic aberration, or distortion. Now that you have a better understanding of what these things look like, you'll be better informed when choosing a lens. In the next lesson, you will learn about some special features in lenses, like stabilization, lens coatings, and fast focusing motors. Better lenses will often have features such as ultra-fast focusing motors, fancy lens coatings, or image stabilization. But what are all these things? Is any of it actually worth it? In this lesson, you will learn about all of these features and why you might want to look for them in your next lens. Image stabilization is a fantastic feature to have in a lens, but what exactly is it? Lens-based image stabilization, or optical image stabilization, are techniques used to reduce blurring associated with the motion of a camera during an exposure. The sensors in the lens analyze vibrations and then apply correction via a special stabilizing lens group that shift the image parallel to the focal plane. Motion blur is canceled, resulting in a sharper image. This allows you to shoot at slower shutter speeds and still get sharp images. Different lens makers have different names for these techniques, such as OIS, or optical image stabilization, optical steady shot, SR, which is shake reduction, VC, which is vibration cancellation, VR, vibration reduction, Mega OIS, and Canon just calls this IS for image stabilization. There's also stabilization that can be done in the camera, but what we're talking about here is done with the lens. Let's take a look at how this helps make sharper images.
So let's check out an example of image stabilization in action. Here we're taking a look at a video I shot in my backyard, and I'm shooting handheld at about 18 millimeters with a DSLR. Now what I'm going to do is switch on image stabilization and hold the camera the exact same way and check out the dramatic difference in what image stabilization does. Now it doesn't completely eliminate all motion, but it does smooth it out tremendously. Now we're looking at a shot here. I believe this is at about 270 millimeters, and you can see the amount of shake is just incredible, right? It'd be very difficult to get a shot like this, but as soon as I switch on image stabilization, you can see the dramatic effect that it has on the image. Everything is smoothed out and things are looking much better. Now you will see some jitters and jumps from time to time, but that's just the way image stabilization works. So probably where you'll see image stabilization have the most dramatic effect is when you're at a more telephoto range. So this first one here, this image of these two horses on a playground, was shot with a 270 millimeter lens, handheld. I was probably 20 or 25 feet away. The shutter speed is 1/30th of a second. Now, if you're shooting at a focal length of 270 millimeters, handheld on a crop sensor body, that is really slow, because the general rule in photography when you're shooting handheld is you shoot 1 over your focal length or your effective focal length. And a 270 millimeter lens on a crop sensor body has the equivalent focal length of a 430 millimeter lens on a full frame camera. So what that means is the threshold shutter speed, which means just probably barely sharp with good technique, would be somewhere around 1/500th of a second. So a little bit faster than what the focal length is, or the effective focal length is. And what I shot this image at was 1/30th of a second. Now you can see from this image here, if we look at a 1-to-1 pixel crop, this is not sharp. There's motion blur in this image, but that's because image stabilization was off for this shot. If we look at the next shot and we look at a 1-to-1 pixel crop, what you'll see is that this image is acceptably sharp. Now, it may not be as sharp as if I put it on a tripod, but to my eye, this looks perfectly fine and perfectly usable. It's a heck of a lot better than the one that I shot right before it with image stabilization off. That one is not usable at all. There's way too much motion blur. And 1/30th of a second is way, way slower than what we should be shooting at to get a sharp shot. So if we were at 1/500th of a second, half of that would be 1/250th of a second. Okay, so even at 1/250th of a second, it would be very, very difficult, probably impossible to get a still shot using that kind of focal length handheld. We cut that in half again. Now we're down to 1/25th of a second. Half of that would be 1/60th of a second. So that's 3 full stops. 4 stops would be 1/30th of a second. There's no way, even with really great technique, that you can shoot a still image at 270 millimeters on a crop sensor body at 1/30th of a second. It's just not going to happen. Let's check out a few other ones here. I did another very similar one here. I shot the side of a garbage can. This one I shot at 1/50th of a second. So if you look at the 1-to-1 crop here of this sign, even at 1/50th of a second, at the same focal length, you can see there's definite motion blur there. If you look at the next image where I turned image stabilization on, Same exact shutter speed. This is what I would call acceptably sharp. I can't see any signs of camera shake in this image, which to me makes it work. Now, it's not a great image because, well, it's the side of a dumpster, but I thought it would be good to look at because it has some very high contrast. It's a white sign with black lettering on it, which is very easy to see any tiny amounts of motion blur. So you can see what a dramatic effect this has on your images. Now, this won't stop motion because things in motion are not going to be affected by image stabilization. What will be affected is your own camera's movement, especially when you're shooting handheld shots.
Lens coatings are treatments applied to the outer surfaces of lens elements to reduce reflections. Reflections occur whenever a ray of light moves from one medium to another, such as when light enters a sheet of glass after traveling through air. Some portion of the light is reflected from the surface. Without coatings, each air-to-glass interface would reflect about 4% of the light that reaches it. The reason this becomes important is because lenses are made up of several glass elements. A complex lens without coatings would have as much as 70% of the light absorbed or scattered before it reached the image sensor. Most lenses these days have multi-coatings at the very least, and better lenses will have nano coatings, which do a better job at reducing reflections. Where you might want to pay attention is when it comes to filters. The cheapest aren't coated at all. Some have a single coating on just one side. The vast majority of even lower priced filters have single coatings on each side. The very best have multi-coatings or nano coatings on both sides. If you're shooting in, let's say, the direction of the sun and you're using a cheaper filter, you're going to be throwing away a lot of contrast and image quality in your images. So lens coatings and filter coatings especially is something to consider. Finally, let's talk about focusing motors. One of the many acronyms you will see listed on lens models has to do with the focusing motor. You will see SSM for supersonic motor and SAM for smooth autofocus motor in Sony lenses. Tamron uses USD for ultrasonic silent drive and PZD for piezo drive in their lenses. USM stands for ultrasonic motor, and these are found in some Canon lenses. SWM is silent wave motor, and AFS is autofocus silent, and these are found on Nikon or Nikkor lenses. SDM is Pentax's supersonic drive motor. HSM is Sigma's hypersonic motor. IF stands for internal focusing and is found on many lenses from many manufacturers. These lenses are constructed so they don't change in length as the lens is focused. It also means that the front lens element doesn't rotate, which can help with the use of some attachments like a petal-shaped lens hood and polarizing filters. The main point here is to distinguish these fast focusing lenses to the older servo-style focusing mechanisms. These older focusing motors are easy to spot as they make a good deal of noise and are somewhat slow. You can still find these older style focusing systems used on lenses that are still being made and sold today. Having a lens that focuses super fast is a fantastic feature when you are shooting moving targets or anything dynamic. Slow focusing systems will not work for these shooting situations. If you are looking for a lens, having one of these ultra-fast focusing systems is a definite advantage. Now that we've covered the major special features that you will find on lenses, you are ready to move on to the next chapter in this course, where you are going to learn all about zoom lenses. The standard zoom lens is a great lens to have for situations where you need flexibility and quality. In this lesson, you will learn why it's called a standard zoom, and you will see examples of what you can get with a standard zoom lens. A standard zoom lens is a lens that covers the normal focal length and offers a wider and a narrower field of view. In photography and cinematography, a normal lens, or a lens that has a normal focal length, is a lens that reproduces a field of view that renders objects roughly the same size as they appear to you in real life. So, for example, I'm sitting here, and off in the distance here is a piano. When I'm looking at the piano, it's a certain size, right? It's like this big. Now, if I put a quote unquote normal lens on my camera, when I hold the camera up to my face, the size of the piano is not going to change. So it's going to look through the eyes of the camera, or if you're looking at the back of the screen, about the same size as it does in real life. This is in contrast to a shorter focal length lens, which would make the piano look smaller. So in that case, when I held the camera up to my face, the size of the piano would be smaller because we were looking at a wider field of view. Or if we were using a longer focal length lens, the size of the piano would be bigger than it looks to me when I'm sitting right here. So a normal focal length lens is a lens that has a field of view that makes objects look about the same size as they do in real life. That's pretty much all there is to it. So for a full frame camera, this would be about 50 millimeters. For an APS-C, this is around 28 to 30 millimeters, depending if you're using a Canon or a Nikon APS-C sized camera. And for Micro Four Thirds, it's about 23 millimeters. If you had a full frame camera, a standard zoom might be 24 to 70 millimeter. For an APS-C, you would be looking at a lens just like this, which is a 17 to 50 millimeter. And a Micro Four Thirds camera would be around 12 to 35 millimeters. Notice that if we apply the field of view crop factor multiplication to these lenses, they're all about the same. The 17 to 50 millimeter is the equivalent field of view of a 27 to 80 millimeter lens when we use the 1.6x crop factor for Canon APS-C sized cameras. For Nikon's DX cameras, we get a 25 to 75 millimeter equivalent field of view. For the Micro Four Thirds cameras, we just have to double it. So we take the 12 to 35 millimeter standard zoom, and that's going to have the equivalent field of view of a 24 to 70 millimeter lens on a full frame camera. So all of the standard zoom lenses have roughly the same field of view. It's also worth mentioning that for many cameras, these lenses are interchangeable. You can take a Canon EF lens that was designed for a full frame camera and put it on a Canon APS-C camera. It'll work just the same, but you will have the field of view crop factor to deal with, which makes the lens have a narrower field of view. You can also use these lenses with a Micro Four Thirds camera systems using an adapter. Depending on what adapter you use, some of the features of the lens may or may not work properly. So the 24 to 70 millimeter lenses and the equivalent field of view lenses on crop sensor cameras are the standard because they offer a general purpose range from wide angle to short telephoto, thereby giving you really fantastic flexibility. Let's take a look at what these standard zoom lenses look like in action.
All right, we're going to check out several photos that I've taken with a standard zoom lens over the last 9 years or so. Now, the first several photos are of a trip that I took to Kazakhstan. And on that trip, I used a Canon 18 to 55 millimeter lens on my Canon 300D Digital Rebel. And it was a fantastic lens to give me a variety of shots because it covered pretty wide angle stuff to a little bit tighter. It was a great lens to have outside. And even though it's not a fantastic lens, it proved to be pretty nice for this particular trip, especially, there were a lot of great lens options back then for digital cameras in that focal range, especially for a crop sensor camera. And you can see we got some really awesome wide angle stuff here on the 18 millimeter side. And then you'll see some nice tighter stuff. And it was great for a variety of things. It allowed me to get fairly close. Now I had another lens with me on this trip, 70 to 300 millimeter. Both were super inexpensive lenses. Here's a nice little beauty shot near an open window. You can see I got some really great landscape shots here to show off. And I got some nice stuff that was a little bit tighter, like this crazy looking bug there. But you can see we can go from really wide to some stuff that's more portraity in the 50 millimeter range of this lens. And what we'll find out coming up shortly in this course is that 50 millimeters is actually a really nice kind of middle of the road focal length for portraits. Maybe not the best focal length, but it definitely works and it's much better than using a wide angle lens. But stuff like this in a car, you can't get that with a medium telephoto lens or a telephoto lens. It's just physically not possible. So that particular lens worked really great for that. Now the rest of the photos here were shot with another standard zoom lens. This lens is the Sigma 17 to 50 millimeter f2.8 with optical image stabilization. And you can see here's some engagement photos that I shot with it. And this works for a whole bunch of stuff as well. You know, it's a real similar focal length range. Works for taking pictures of just regular old stuff. That was a cake that my wife made on my daughter Ella's birthday there. And here's some shots that I shot with my family in Disney World. You can see it's great for some nice architecture stuff. And this is a shot of a live show here. This is a great walking around lens because it gives you a really great range for focal lengths. Here's some photos that I took of my good friends Todd and Elizabeth around Christmas time a few years ago. And I take a lot of family photos of my own family and my relatives, my brothers and sisters' families as well. Here's a shot that I did on vacation. Here's a shot of my son at a science museum holding a dinosaur bone. Here's some more family photos that I took. This time I used a flash with a reflector as a diffuser. Now a shot like this actually worked really well for this particular lens. My back is right up against a wall behind me from where I'm shooting this. Well, actually I'm right there, but where the camera was, I couldn't get it back any farther. I'm at 18 millimeters here. I could have used a more wide angle lens and got closer, but you'll get more distortion on the edges of the image. And that wouldn't have worked because, you know, they're jam-packed in here. This is straight from the camera, so it hasn't been cropped in at all. And so there's people's faces that are right near the edge of the frame, and they would have got distorted, and that wouldn't have worked very well at all. Here's some shots of my good friends Rob and Catherine and their son. This one here is straight out of the camera with no cropping or editing. And a lens like this works great, you know, when you're out and about in daylight and, you know, maybe with an on-camera flash, but it also works really well in a studio situation where we're using off-camera flashes or strobes. In this particular case, I'm using several speed lights and strobes to get these shots of my buddy Todd. And this is my good friend Josh here. This is my daughter Ella, shot with the same lens with a couple of off-camera speed lights. And then the next couple of shots are team photos that I did of my kids' wrestling team. And this was all shot at 50 millimeters. Now, sure, I could have used a prime for this, but it was much more convenient and easy to do the setup and get the composition and framing really quickly with this standard zoom lens. When you're dealing with a bunch of young kids, you have to move quickly. And so the standard zoom worked out really well. Here's a shot that I snuck using another photographer's strobe. And I did this at the New York State Wrestling Championship. My daughter is the one all the way to the left. She got 4th place here. But I took this again using the same lens. So this lens works really great for a variety of shots, landscape, architecture, and even some portraits. This is a recent photo that I did. I used in another course for Tuts Plus, and I shot it with my son Lincoln here playing the piano, but this was again at 50 millimeters, which is a great focal length for shots just like this.
The vast majority of the standard zoom lenses in use are kit lenses that you'll often see bundled with many DSLRs or mirrorless cameras. Some of these kit lenses are just okay, like this lens right here, which came with my very first DSLR. This is an 18 to 55 millimeter f3.5 to 5.6 standard zoom lens. These just okay lenses are usually made at the lowest possible price, but still achieve acceptable performance. These lenses are capable of producing decent quality images, but do have some limitations. When stopped down, they usually perform a little bit better. Even though they may be a little bit soft in the edges and corners, center sharpness can often be quite good. If you are limited on funds, or you are someone who normally makes very small prints, an okay lens can be quite useful to begin with. On the other hand, if you want to make large prints, shoot with the lens wide open, and or need corner-to-corner sharpness, a just okay lens would not be a good choice. Next up on the food chain are lenses that make more extensive use of metals for the internal parts, such as gears, cams, and retaining rings. And the lens mounts on these lenses are usually always metal. They usually have better focusing motors, which result in quieter and faster focusing. These quote-unquote better lenses usually have a distance scale for focusing and often use internal focusing, which is not only faster but also means that the lens doesn't change length during focusing and the front element doesn't rotate. The optical quality is somewhat better than the cheaper OK lenses, and this shows up in better performance at larger apertures and better edge and corner quality. The overall image quality may be improved by using a few special elements, such as aspherics or elements made from low dispersion or high index glass. These things all add up to the lens's performance, but make the lens more expensive to build. Better lenses generally provide the best value for most photographers. The very best lenses are designed with performance in mind, and they tend to be quite expensive. Usually you'll find these lenses with a metal barrel and internal metal components. They may be designed to stand up better to hard or professional use, and some may include better sealing against dust and moisture. Canon's L-series lenses, for example, have sealing gaskets at the lens mounts and also have waterproof sealing around the switches. The very best lenses often use multiple elements made of exotic glass and or expensive optical materials such as fluorite. They also include a heck of a lot of optical wizardry that makes these the very best lenses that you can buy in terms of performance. Those who need the very best in terms of performance as well as superior durability often choose lenses that fall within this range. The scope of lenses is pretty vast. You have OEM lens makers from Canon, Nikon, Sony, Pentax, Panasonic, Olympus, Leica, Sigma, Fujifilm, and Samsung. And then you also have third-party lens makers such as Sigma, Tamron, and Tokina, as well as many others. The other third-party lens makers mostly make prime lenses. The main advantage of these third-party lens makers is cost. Some of the lenses you get from third-party lens makers are nearly as good or better than the OEM version for 2/3 to half of the cost. Now that you know about standard zooms, the range of quality that you can find, and the scope of lens makers, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn all about wide-angle lenses. If you need to fit a lot of the world in your shot, you want to have a wide-angle zoom in your bag. In photography, a wide-angle lens refers to a lens whose focal length is substantially smaller than the focal length of a quote-unquote normal lens. This type of lens allows for more of the scene to be included in the image, which is very useful for architectural, interior, and landscape photography, where the photographer may not be able to move farther away to compose the image properly. Another use is when you want to emphasize the difference in size or distance between objects in the foreground and background. Nearby objects appear very large, and objects at even a moderate distance appear to be very small and far away. This exaggeration of relative size can be used to make the foreground objects more prominent and striking while capturing expansive backgrounds. This is something that we'll explore later in this course. Again, depending on your camera's sensor size, you will have some options here. For a full frame camera, you are looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of a 12 to 24 millimeter lens. For an APS-C, you can get down to 10 to 20 millimeters. And for a micro four thirds camera, you can get down to 7 to 14 millimeters. For APS-C and micro four thirds cameras, about the widest field of view that you can find, not including a fisheye lens, is going to be about 114 degrees. For a full frame camera, you can get as wide as 122 degrees. It's worth mentioning that all of the wide-angle focal lengths that I just mentioned are rectilinear lenses. A rectilinear lens creates an image where straight features, such as walls, buildings, or lines, appear to be straight as opposed to being curved. At particularly wide angles, however, the rectilinear perspective will cause objects to appear increasingly stretched and enlarged, especially as they near the edge of the frame. This is different than a fisheye lens, which dramatically distorts everything but has a freakish 180 degree or more field of view. Let's check out what one of these wide-angle zooms looks like in action. All right, in this example, we're going to have some fun with this ultra-wide zoom lens. This is a Tokina 11 to 16 millimeter f2.8 lens, and on my crop sensor body, this is a Canon 7D. This is a pretty wide-angle lens. Now, it's not the widest you can get, but This is the lens that we're going to use for this example. And it is pretty wide. So what we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of that really cool exaggerated perspective with this lens and get it right down on the ground. And then I'm going to call my wife in here and we're going to stand right in front of it and we're just going to jump in the air. And even though we're going to be close to the camera, it's going to look like we're actually farther away because of that exaggerated perspective and that really cool thing that happens when you use an ultra wide angle lens. I'm going to come over here and set this up here. You can see I have 2 speed lights here and the sun is actually right over here. You can probably see me squinting a good bit. And we're going to use that as kind of a backlight, as a hair light. And we're going to try and expose the sky, which right now does not have any clouds in it. We're going to try and expose that down to a nice deep blue. To do that, I'm going to be right at f11 here and 1/250th of a second at ISO 100. So I'm just going to set this on the ground here. And I'm actually going to use my tripod here as just as a prop here to prop up the front of the lens because this tripod doesn't go this low. Obviously, no tripod goes as low as the ground. I could hang this upside down on this tripod, but it's just going to be easier just to set it on the ground for a second. So, Rachel, can you come on in here for me? And then jump in your position here, and I'll get this set up. Just going to try and get the sun right at the edge of the frame here. Now, leveling this shot is going to be a little bit tricky because it's just kind of sitting on the ground here, but we're going to give it a shot and see what happens. So I'm going to put this on 10-second timer. Oops. I'm going to jump over here. All right, so that's going to go solid, and then we're going to jump. Ready, jump. That's tricky. All right, let's check out what this looks like here. Your hair's a little... Let's just do another one, just because. Okay, this time come back here. You're gonna jump towards the camera. You ready? You're gonna run and jump.
All right.
Ready? Go! Jump!
You caught me off guard.
Try again. Go! Jump! Okay. I look like I'm jumping over you. That was a tremendous amount of fun. Let's check out a few more examples of a wide angle zoom in action.
So let me take you through a few more pictures here that I shot with this 11 to 16 millimeter lens. You can see I did a few more jump pictures, and as interesting as you think it might be to watch, this actually was quite difficult to do because I made my kids, my oldest daughter Ella and my next oldest Lincoln, I made them jump about 100 times in front of the camera to get, just a handful of cool shots here. But you can see how cool these look with the exaggerated perspective, especially as they get really close to the lens. This again was the same setup, but this time we had a really nice sky to work with. We did these in a parking lot at about 9:30 at night here. Here are a couple of playground shots that we did using the same lens. And this was really cool because I could get right under him and he still looked pretty far away. Really cool lens to use outside because it gives you just a huge field of view. It's really great for getting big skies in your shot and really getting some distance between objects. And we also use this lens for some light painting, which was very fun to do. Just real basic stuff. At this point, it was pretty close to 10 o'clock at night, so the kids were about ready to go home. And, if we were using a lens with a higher focal length, it wouldn't have worked quite as well because we would have had a smaller area to work, but a big wide lens like that made it really easy. Now for interiors, I'd say a wide angle zoom is almost essential because interiors, you just don't have the space to move around, and to capture stuff with a nice wide perspective, you need a really low focal length lens. So all of these were shots of a few local churches in my town. Did some of the stained glass here, and then I got some nice interiors here. These 3 right here, I just put on a tripod, and I was able to put these together into a pretty nice panoramic with just 3 shots in Photoshop. You can see that coming up right here. Then I moved down the street just a little bit, and I found this really cool old church that was built I think in the mid 1800s. It has working inside. You don't have a lot of space to work with, especially, you might not have enough room to get back, but also you can't quite position yourself. This shot in particular, I wouldn't have been able to get with a higher focal length lens because I couldn't get it close to the mirror there and still get the same perspective in the background. I took a few shots and made this really cool panoramic with just 3 shots from the back of the church. But I was able to capture all of these really nice stained glass windows. And, when you're limited in space, having a wide angle lens, a wide angle zoom like this is really, really cool because it just allows you to capture so much more. Here's another panoramic that I shot with just 3 images. Now, wide angle zoom is not only for interiors, although that's one area where it really shines. It's also great for outside. Check out these few pictures of this giant tree that I found in this really old cemetery. This lens in particular, this 11 to 16 millimeter, yes, at 11 millimeters, it does have some distortion, but corrected, it's actually not that bad and you don't really notice it. And I couldn't get these shots any other way. If I moved back any further, I wouldn't have been able to get underneath the tree. So it would have looked completely different. These wide angle zooms give you a fantastically wide, very unique perspective on the world in front of you.
Now that you know all about wide-angle zoom lenses, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn about medium telephoto zooms. A medium telephoto zoom lens fills the gap between a standard zoom lens and the full telephoto zoom lens. It can be an excellent lens to have if you need a little more reach to your shots. In this lesson, you will learn about the medium telephoto zoom lenses and see what they look like in the real world. At this point, I should tell you that long focal length lenses are often informally referred to as telephoto lenses, although this is technically incorrect. A telephoto lens specifically incorporates the telephoto group. This would include medium telephoto, telephoto, and super telephoto lenses. That said, what we are looking at are higher quality lenses that have become popular in the market today. Coming up in the course, we will look at super zoom lenses, which go from wide to super telephoto, but you trade off image quality. If you want something that's a bit better, you need to look at lenses that have a more limited range. A medium telephoto zoom lens is a lens that has a field of view around 10 to 30 degrees. On a full frame sensor, this would be a 70 to 200 millimeter lens. On an APS-C, you'd be somewhere around 50 to 150 millimeters. And for micro four thirds cameras, you'd be around 35 to 100 millimeters, or somewhere in that neighborhood. There's not really a strict range for these medium telephoto zoom lenses. For example, we could put this 70 to 200 millimeter lens on an APS-C camera and get most of the range that you would need with a bit more on the long end. This is not your typical walking around lens because at the widest, these lenses are pretty tight. Let's check out what these focal lengths look like in action.
Now, the next several photos that we're going to check out here were all shot using medium telephoto zoom focal lengths. Now, they all weren't shot with a medium telephoto zoom lens because for an APS-C sized camera, there's not a whole lot of strictly medium telephoto zooms available. I think there's actually only one. It's made by Sigma. It's a 50 to 150 millimeter lens. For full frame cameras, you'll see 70 to 200 millimeter lenses. But for APS-C cameras, a lot of times you often have to use lenses that are either slightly wider at one end or slightly tighter on the other end because they don't really make a lot of lenses available that fit the medium telephoto zoom perfectly. But all of these were shot with medium telephoto zoom focal lengths. A lot of these, you'll recognize some of the Kazakhstan pictures. Again, these were shot with a pretty crappy Quantaray 70 to 300 millimeter lens. Now, that's not really a medium telephoto lens. That's kind of medium telephoto to telephoto. Most of the other shots in this series of photos were shot with a 28 to 75 millimeter Tamron f2.8 lens. Now, on a full frame camera, a 28 to 75 millimeter lens would be pretty close to the standard zoom. It's actually right in the same neighborhood as you find most of the standard zoom lenses for full frame cameras. When you put that lens on an APS-C body, it occupies the area in between a standard zoom and a medium telephoto lens. Now, the photos that you're looking at are all medium telephoto focal lengths because that's what I searched. Some of these other photos were taken with the Canon 70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 IS L series lens as well. But again, only the focal lengths that are in between 56 millimeters and about 156 millimeters. So they're all in the medium telephoto range. And one thing that you notice about these photos is none of them are really wide, right? I mean, you can take some landscape photos with them and you can take some photos of buildings with them, but what you're going to notice is the angle of view in all of these photos is fairly restricted. The ones that look like they're wider, you can tell that they are from far away because there's nothing in the foreground. And if there is something in the foreground, it's going to be fairly out of focus because the focus point in these wider shots is going to be several hundred feet away in some cases. But this medium telephoto range is a great people lens. You can see all the shots of people look nice. Their faces look nice. And that's something that we're going to discover later on in this course. Because the medium telephoto focal length, so on an APS-C camera, that would be 50 to 150, makes people's faces look really fantastic. And we're going to prove that in an upcoming lesson in this course. Now, in this group, you're also going to see some sports type shots. You're going to see some wildlife type shots. Now, a medium telephoto lens is not the typical lens that you think of for wildlife and sports. You think of a telephoto zoom lens for that, something that's got some pretty big numbers associated with it. But that doesn't mean that you can't use a medium telephoto for that because it's all about your distance away from the subject. And for these shots of my kids playing soccer and my kids wrestling and my nieces riding horses, which you'll see later in this set, this type of lens worked out well because of my distance away from them. For the wrestling and the soccer and the wildlife shots, I was pretty close to the animals. I was pretty close to the action. For the horse riding shots, the horses were obviously a little bit further away, but they still fit in that medium telephoto zoom. So to capture more of the action, medium telephoto zoom works fantastically. All of these photos look a little bit tighter, right? We're not seeing group shots with an expansive background. We're seeing shots with a fairly tight grouping of objects or background elements in these shots because that's what a medium telephoto focal length lens will give you. You can see it looks great for portraits. This is the ultimate portrait lens, this medium telephoto zoom range. But at the very end here, you can see some really fantastic horse riding shots where we're seeing most of the animal and the rider. Now, if we were to use a telephoto zoom, what we'd see is mostly the rider or mostly, the animal's head. It would be much, much tighter. And I don't think they would have worked nearly as well.
Now that you have an understanding of medium telephoto zooms, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you will learn about telephoto zooms. One of the most enjoyable lenses you'll ever use is a high-quality telephoto lens. These lenses are fantastic for providing isolation of your subject and getting a more narrow field of view. In this lesson, you'll learn about telephoto lenses and see what they look like in action. Telephoto zooms pick up where the medium telephoto leaves off in terms of field of view. We're looking at lenses that will give us a field of view of around 10 degrees and smaller. The reason that there's not a specific number on the low side is because a lot of these lenses pick up from the medium telephoto and go all the way into the super telephoto zoom range, which is close to 4 degrees in smaller field of view. In full frame and APS-C sized cameras, you'll see focal lengths like 150 to 600 millimeter, 200 to 400 millimeter, 70 to 300 millimeter. And micro four thirds, you'll see lenses like 70 to 200 millimeter and even 100 to 300 millimeter. Fixed or wide aperture lenses are very expensive. Most are well over $1,000 US, and some, like the 2 to 400 millimeter, are way up there. The 2 to 400 millimeter from Nikkor is $6,750, and the 2 to 400 millimeter from Canon is $11,800 US. But at least that one comes with a 1.4x extender. The reason that there's such a range of lenses in terms of their focal length is because of the field of view multiplier. A 200 millimeter lens on a full frame camera has a field of view of around 12 degrees. Which is more in the medium telephoto zoom range. If you put that lens on an APS-C sensor, now 200 millimeters is about 8 degrees, which is on the longer tele range. 200 millimeters on a micro four thirds camera is closer to 6 degrees field of view. The point is that we're looking for lenses that have higher focal lengths to give us that narrower field of view. Whatever lens you're going to use in this range, you almost certainly want to have image stabilization. The higher the focal length is, the more important this becomes. Image stabilization will not help you stop action, but it will help you to reduce camera shake. For shooting photos of still life or slower moving objects, image stabilization can be your very best friend. These lenses are most associated with sports and wildlife photography. As such, I don't own one of these longer lenses. If I need to shoot a little bit more telly, I would use the long end of this 70 to 200 millimeter on my APS-C camera body. Let's check out what a telephoto zoom lens looks like in action. So the next several images that we're going to be looking at were all shot in the telephoto focal range. Now, they all weren't shot with a telephoto zoom lens because I don't have a specific telephoto zoom lens, but I do have several lenses that cover that area. So all of the shots that you're looking at were shot at around 150 millimeters and above, not much above 300 millimeters. And you can see that I have some wildlife shots in here. And, a telephoto zoom you most often associate with wildlife and sports photography. I'm not really a sports guy, but I do have a few nice wildlife shots in here. But it's a good lens for lots of different stuff. Here you can see some mountain shots and a few other nice shots that I found from my trip to Kazakhstan several years ago. If you're shooting outside and you have a lot of light, you can get away with a variable aperture telephoto zoom lens. You're shooting at f6.3, f8, f11, that's all fine. Most of these shots, you can see there's still a reasonable amount of depth of field where we're getting some isolation of the subjects. And because all of these are telephoto zooms, you're going to see that in almost every single photo. Super fast lens would obviously be better, but at focal lengths of 300 millimeters, unless you're using a prime lens, you're not going to find a whole lot faster than f4, f5, f5.6. If you use a prime lens, then you can get down to f2.8 and you're going to have a good bit more out of focus areas in front of and behind your subject, which will help to provide more isolation. But a 300 millimeter prime zoom lens is a huge chunk of change and it's a massive lens. But this is a really fantastic focal range because it provides such a narrow field of view and it provides really great isolation, not only from your subject to the background, but also the general environment. None of these shots would have been possible with a wider focal length lens because the field of view is just too wide. We'd get more background stuff, we get more foreground stuff, we just get more stuff. And the fact is that these type of photos with a telephoto zoom lens give you a tremendous amount of isolation, and they just can't be done with a wider focal length lens. Now here we're looking at several shots that I did of a stage show. My two nieces, my brother's two daughters were in this show, and I was probably sitting maybe 50 rows back, so maybe 100 or 150 feet back. I was using the Canon 70 to 200 f2.8 IS lens. Most of these shots were at 200 millimeters, so that is definitely in the telephoto zoom range, and that worked out really well. Now, could I have used a little bit more on the telephoto end of that lens? Sure, I definitely could have, because I was trying to get, expressions, but also capture a little bit of the surroundings and some other people. But the fact is, unless I was using a prime, that would be very difficult because I was already shooting every single one of these shots at f2.8, ISOs between 800 and 6400. And if I was using a variable aperture telephoto zoom lens, we'd be looking at f5, f5.6 on the longer end. And that would not have worked very well, especially with my camera, the Canon 7D, because that camera will go up to ISO 12,800. Some of these shots were wide open at ISO 6400. So if I was using f5.6 with a variable aperture lens, we'd be talking about ISOs of 25,600. My camera doesn't even go up that high, but even newer cameras that do have that, that's going to be pretty noisy. Already 6400 is going to be fairly noisy, but 25,000 is going to be crazy noisy. Now we're checking out a few portraits that I shot of my oldest two, Ella and Lincoln. You've seen them before in the course. We're going to be looking at what focal lengths are best for making people's faces look fantastic later in this course.
And the more telephoto range does not make people's faces look the best, but depending on how far you are away from them, it can work really well to give some really fantastic isolation against the background. And also shots like this, there's a really cool moon shot, and it is cropped in a fair amount, but that shot would be impossible with anything else but a telephoto zoom or something in the telephoto range. Now, there is something very important to note with a telephoto zoom lens or any really long lens. A lot of folks will think that a telephoto zoom lens is really great for being able to capture things that are far off in the distance. And in some respects, they are, because this shot that we're looking at here was captured at about a quarter mile away. The problem is when you're shooting objects that are that far away, which you definitely can, you are going to have other issues that are going to affect the image quality, and those are atmospheric effects, okay? Moisture in the air temperature, the air distortion from heat currents. We're going to check out a 100% crop of this image, and what you're going to see is that it looks okay small, but when you're looking at it close up, it's actually pretty distorted. Now, I was shooting on a day that was probably in the 80s Fahrenheit, and so it wasn't crazy hot, but even on a relatively warm day, we were getting a lot of heat distortion. Now, some of this distortion was coming from the air currents moving up from the roof itself because they're sitting there baking in the sun all day. But if you look at the roof, it's all kinds of ripply, and I promise you that's not the lens that we're looking at. That is the air distortion that we're getting from this field that was in front, and the air currents and the distortion that's happening from the sun beating down and things of that nature. So it is something that you want to take notice of and keep in mind, because at some point, at some distance, the atmospheric conditions will affect your image much more than any kind of deficiencies in the lens itself. At a certain distance, and this will depend on the temperature and the moisture in the air, you are going to have issues shooting through more atmosphere to get to your subject. But that aside, a telephoto zoom lens is a fantastic lens for capturing all kinds of really great shots with that really super narrow field of view.
Now that you have an understanding of telephoto zooms, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn about super zooms. If you only had one lens to take with you on vacation, it should be a super zoom. Super zooms have an incredible range from the wider angle to the super telephoto, but they can suffer from image quality issues. In this lesson, you will learn about super zooms and find out what you need to know about using one. Super zooms are the ultimate in travel lenses because they cover such a wide range of focal lengths. For full frame cameras, you will see lenses around 28 to 200 millimeters, or maybe 28 to 300 millimeters. For APS-C, you'll find lenses that are in the neighborhood of 18 to 270 or 16 to 300. In Micro Four Thirds, you'll see lenses like 14 to 140 or 14 to 150 millimeter. All of these lenses have very similar field of views, which go from fairly wide to telephoto and super telephoto ranges. With this outstanding range comes some serious trade-offs. Most of the long-range zoom lenses have variable wide apertures. Some start with a reasonably fast f2.8 or f3.5 at its widest setting. But by the time it reaches the telephoto range, you're at f5.6 or higher. Long-range zoom lenses may deliver acceptable optical performance for hobbyists and the casual shooter, but it probably will not satisfy advanced users. These optical defects are more prevalent at the longer focal lengths because higher magnification also magnifies the lens's imperfections. That being said, sometimes you don't have space in your bag for several lenses, or perhaps the budget isn't there for lenses to cover the same focal lengths. If this is the case, a super zoom lens might be the right lens for you. Let's check out what a super zoom looks like in action.
So the next several images that we're going to be checking out were all shot with a Tamron 18 to 270 millimeter variable aperture image stabilized lens. Now, to give you an idea of what this lens is capable of, this is shot on the wide end, and this is shot at 270 millimeters. So you can see that this lens has a ridiculous focal range. So what I did is I went out a couple of days and I only shot with this lens. I got just a bunch of different stuff. Here's some fields and some countryside images. And this lens is really, really great for this. You know, it's not the sharpest lens. It has a variable aperture. It has more distortion because of that ridiculous focal range that it has. It's still a pretty decent lens to have in your kit, especially if you only have one lens to take around with you. It's super convenient and very, very fast to deploy and to start shooting images. We're going to look at a bunch of images that I shot in an old cemetery. And this was a great lens to have. You know, some of the shots I got out and I set up, but a whole lot of these other shots, as I was driving around this 100-acre cemetery, I just shot right out of my car, right out of the driver's side window. You know, if you were going to take one lens with you on a trip, on vacation, this would be the lens that you want to have in your bag. A super zoom lens is a great option. It gives you a tremendous amount of variation in the shots that you can get. And you'll see a few in this series that I changed my position and I changed my focal length on the lens to compose the shot so that it was very similar. You can see how a lens like this can give you a lot of options in how you're composing your images. Again, a super zoom lens is not going to be the highest quality optic that you're going to put on the front of your camera. When you're shooting inside, it's going to be more problematic because of the amount of light that's let in your camera because of that variable aperture. None of them are very fast at all. This particular lens starts at f3.5 and it goes down to 6.3 at the super long end. And you'll see a lot of lenses like that in the same range are going to be very, very similar. I took this lens to the zoo with my family and you can see I captured a lot of really nice images. I could get in and get some nice tight shots of the animals and I could go wide when I needed to. You know, not all of these are shot at the super long end. A lot of these are in the middle and wide as well. But again, inside, even with some skylights, I was shooting at ISOs of 2000 and 4000 because it's just not a very fast lens. Outside, when there's more light, this definitely works a lot better. It allows you to get down to f8, which improves the sharpness a good deal, especially when you're at the long end of the lens. Stopping down 1 or 2 stops can really improve the sharpness and the vignetting, but that doesn't mean that you can't get great shots with this type of lens. I find this lens one of the most fun lenses to have because I can travel light. I don't have to carry a lot of kit and it works for a lot of stuff. I don't mind shooting at higher apertures, f8, f11, even at the more telephoto focal lengths. That does not bother me at all because when you're at, you know, above 200 millimeters, f8, depending on your distance away from your subject, is still going to give you that nice out of focus background that you like. So a super zoom lens gives you just a whole bunch of options, and it's a great all-around lens to have. Now, if you were only going to get one lens, I probably wouldn't recommend a super zoom lens. I would recommend a standard zoom lens because you're going to get something that's faster. You know, you probably should be in the f2.8 neighborhood, and it's going to be sharper at those wide open apertures. Less optical distortion. But if you're looking for a lens to take with you on a trip, on a vacation, or you're looking to travel really, really light when space is limited, a super zoom lens is definitely the way to go.
Now that you understand the flexibility and quality you can expect from a super zoom lens, you're ready to move on to the next chapter in this course. In the next few lessons, we'll be going over the zoom lens's faster, lighter, sexier, but more annoying cousin, the prime lens. Prime lenses are another great tool to have in your kit, but it's not the right tool for every situation. In this lesson, you'll learn about what makes primes great and why you might want to leave them at home. So as we talked about earlier in this course, a prime lens is a lens that has one focal length only. They come in focal lengths ranging from wide angles to telephoto. After all this talk about zooms, why would you want to bother with a prime? First, let's talk about why primes are a good option. One of the best features in a prime lens is the larger maximum aperture. In general, prime lenses are faster than zoom lenses. This is slowly changing as zoom lens improvements continue to be made by manufacturers. But in general, the faster, wider aperture offered by prime lenses will allow you to shoot in lower light without the need of a flash. Next on the list is quality. While zoom lenses have been getting much better in the quality department, prime lenses are known for being high quality and having the ability to produce great images with less distortion. It makes sense that a tool designed to do just one job is going to be better than a multi-tool. Now, this is not a blanket statement. All primes are not superior to all zooms. Just like everything else, there are some primes that are extraordinary and some that look kind of muddy looking. Another factor is price. Prime lenses are generally simpler in terms of construction because they have less moving parts. As a result, they're generally less expensive. Not all primes are cheap. In fact, some of the pro lenses cost a small fortune, but there are some excellent values to be had out there. One great example are the nifty 50 lenses, or 50mm prime lenses, particularly from Nikon or Canon. Weight is another factor to help the case for primes. Because of their simple construction, prime lenses are generally smaller and lighter than zoom lenses in similar focal lengths. Now for the other side. Working against primes is portability. A single high-quality zoom will cover several prime lens focal lengths. This means that you only have to carry one lens instead of several lenses to have the same focal length range. You also never have to change your lens and risk getting dust on your image sensor. Price is something that works against primes as well. A zoom lens might be more expensive than a prime lens, but the cost of multiple lenses to cover the same focal lengths can often be the same or more. One of the biggest arguments for zooms is flexibility. They allow the shooter an array of focal lengths, the ability to quickly change perspective, and add variety into their shots within moments. For many types of photography, this is the way to go, including weddings and sports. In these situations, you may not have time or ability physically to move closer or further away to your subject. My thinking is this: if you're just getting into photography or you are looking to build out your kit, spend money on high-quality zooms. This is especially true if you have a newer, higher-end camera body with exceptional noise performance. Many fast zooms are around f2.8. If you get a prime lens that's f1.4, that's going to be 2 full stops faster, but you might just be able to push up the ISO to the same level without any trouble. On the other hand, if you're shooting with an older camera body, a prime can be a great way to get some really fast, clean images. There are also some very good values out there in the 28, 30, 50, 85, and 100mm prime lenses. If you use your camera for video, you may appreciate prime lenses with a manual focus only. Manual focus only lenses are much nicer to use in the video realm. Manual focus rings on photo lenses only travel about 45 to 60 degrees, which makes them very fast for autofocusing, but very awful for focusing for video. Manual focus only lenses have a dampened focus ring, so it has some resistance, which makes it really nice for following the action. And the throw is a lot longer than you'll find on photo lenses, which makes following your subjects and tracking focus much easier without missing your mark. If you're not into video, these manual focus only lenses will probably be more annoying than anything else, unless you're in a studio situation and you're doing a lot of critical focusing. In that case, you might want to use the manual focus anyway, even on a photo camera, to make sure you're getting exactly what you need to be in focus. Now that you know about prime lenses, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn about a very interesting prime lens, the fisheye. There are several specialty lenses that we could talk about, but I think that the fisheye is definitely one of the coolest. In this lesson, you're going to learn about fisheye lenses and see what they look like in action. A fisheye lens is a ultra wide-angle lens that produces a strong visual distortion intended to create a wide panoramic or hemispherical image. Fisheye lenses achieve extremely wide angles of view by foregoing producing images with straight lines of perspective or rectilinear images, opting instead for a special mapping, which gives the image a characteristic convex non-rectilinear appearance. The picture angle produced by these lenses only measures 180 degrees when measured from corner to corner. These have a 180-degree diagonal field of view, while the horizontal and vertical fields of view will be smaller. You'll find fisheye lenses in zooms and primes. The one I have with me here is a prime, and it's quite inexpensive. I believe it's made by a company called Samyang and rebranded by several other companies. This one happens to be Vivitar. One of the things that I like about this lens is the exaggerated perspectives that it gives. This particular lens is manual focus, but because this lens has such a huge depth of field, it isn't too hard to deal with. Let's check it out. So we're going to check out some images here that I shot with that 7mm Vivitar lens on my Canon 7D. These are some shots that I did in New York City, and I was shooting inside the car. And what's really cool about this is I jammed it way up in the windshield. And this shot in particular, because of the way I'm pointing the camera, if you look at the building on the upper left-hand corner of the frame, that's actually behind me, which is really weird if you think about it. That's behind the car that I'm in, and you can see it. Really, really strange, but that's what a fisheye lens will give you. We're going to check out a handful of shots here that I did at the beach. And what's interesting is some of these shots don't have that characteristic hyper-distorted fisheye look to them. It really depends on what you're shooting, the distance you are away from any immediate objects in the foreground, and if there's a horizon in the shot, where the horizon is. As long as the horizon is near the center of the lens, it looks fairly normal. As soon as the horizon line gets above or below that area, things start looking weird. I mean, that you can obviously tell that there's an incredible amount of distortion, but the beach line right in front of me doesn't look that distorted. So if you compose your shots carefully, you can make them look wide, but not super distorted. Now, depending on where the objects are in your scene, you know, as you get really close to this lens, a fisheye lens exaggerates the perspective and the spatial placement of objects in a very, very extreme way, which you'll see in a few images coming up here. It's very interesting what you can get a lot of times when you're shooting with a fisheye lens. Depending on the direction that you point it, you'll end up getting yourself in the shot, which is kind of an interesting and fun effect. Now, in this next image here, you can see that my sister's arm, that's my sister Lisa on the left there, and the arm in the center of the frame, that's her arm, but it looks like somebody else's arm. And that's because it was really, really close to the lens. And so it's giving this really freakish kind of giraffe neck effect to her arm. Now in this shot, what I want you to notice here is the size of my daughter Lily's legs, who's sitting on the left there, and the building right behind her, because I'm going to change positions in just a second, and you're going to see a huge shift in the size of her legs, but you won't see a big shift in the size of the background elements or really anything else. Now her legs look more normal. In fact, she looks smaller, but everything else looks kind of the same. And so there's some really cool effects that you can do with this lens, and it's a super fun lens to have and to be able to shoot with. You can see here's a shot of my mom, which does look wide and a little bit distorted, but check out what happens when she's on the edge of the frame. Now things look like a weird alien world. And that's one of the things that you have to watch out for when you're shooting with this lens. You can see here I caught the corner of this building, and it's like a real obvious sign of distortion. But as I took a few more steps, now you can see that that looks a little bit more normal. Now it's still not right, but it does look a little bit more normalized. So you can use this distortion for an effect to help images look interesting. This image example works really well for a fisheye lens because we have this big circular object. This image right here, it's doing a really cool thing with my daughter's arm, and it's kind of exaggerating the length there. Now this shot here, I shot on a roller coaster in Walt Disney World in the Magic Kingdom, and I had a fisheye lens on my Canon 7D at arm's length, which is not an easy thing to do on a roller coaster, I promise you. But a shot like this is just about impossible to do with any other lens because they're just not wide enough to get this really cool effect. We're seeing the whole train behind me, some really cool sky, and I'm seeing myself, my son, my daughter, and my father-in-law there. So the interesting thing with a fisheye is, unless you're super close to something in the foreground, and depending on how you compose the image, you can make it look fairly normal. Now we're going to look at how to defish these images and correct for the distortion somewhat later in this lesson. Here's another shot where I got myself in the frame. You can see my body is in the lower left-hand corner, and that has kind of a really weird looking effect. But you can see, depending on what's in the shot, some of these shots don't look that fishy, and some of them definitely do. It has to do with
where the horizon line is, where kind of objects that have a lot of straight lines are in their distance away from the lens. There's no magic formula. You can see some images like this work really well for a fisheye lens because it's working with the distortion. There was kind of this rounded canopy on the Dumbo ride here, which looked really cool with a fisheye lens. Other times, you're going to see drastic amounts of distortion in the curved parts of the image. But again, fisheye lenses are very unique because they offer a super wide perspective that you can't get with any other lens. Even a super wide angle lens, it's just not going to happen. They work really well for interiors, especially when space is limited, because you can really get a lot of stuff in your shot. Now, the next few shots that we're going to see were taken during a storm. I took these at about 1:30 in the evening, and this is another great example of how to use a fisheye lens because I wanted to get a lot of sky, and you don't know where lightning is going to be, so it's kind of, you point it where the lightning generally is happening, and hopefully you catch some lightning. Now, I was pretty lucky that I caught some really cool streaks of lightning, and what I found out is a few days later we had another wicked storm, and the exact position that I'm standing in right now was hit by a tree. There's a tree that's about 10 feet to my left, and it got hit by lightning. It split in half, and it landed where I was standing just about a week prior. But if you're going to go out and shoot pictures of lightning and storms, and you have a lot of sky that you want to capture, a fisheye lens is a great idea for capturing those images. Here are a few very interesting shots that I did on the 4th of July, trying to get some fireworks. Now, I had the exposure tweaked just right, so I got a really nice kind of blue sky, and I even captured some stars poking through, which was really neat.
Sometimes fisheye images look cool just as they are, but other times you may want to defish them and try to bring back some of the more natural proportions. You can get some of the way there in Adobe's Lightroom and probably Aperture, but there's a free program that can make some more extreme corrections. Let's check it out.
All right, what we're going to look at in this example is how to defish our fisheye shots. So I'm here in Adobe Lightroom, and we're looking at one of these shots here that I did inside this church in my hometown here. And in Lightroom, we do have some basic lens correction. You can see I'm in the development module down here in lens corrections. We can set up enable profile corrections. And then down here, we can try to set it to auto, but because I'm using this particular lens, this manual fisheye lens, if we pull up the info, you can see it thinks it's a 50 millimeter. So that's not going to work. What we need to do is we're going to have to pick a lens make that's pretty close to the same mapping as our lens here, at least for this particular lens. If you're using a lens that is listed in here, then it's going to be a little bit easier for you. But for this particular lens, there is nothing that matches exactly. There isn't a Vivitar rebranded Samyang fisheye lens profile. So what I found that works okay is one of the Sigma, and it's off the screen here. So I'm going to select Sigma. One of the Sigma lens profiles. I'm going to scooch this down here so we have a little bit more room. And right here you can see we have a big old list of lenses to choose from. Now, right up at the very top, which you can't see, it's off the screen. I do apologize for that. We have 4.5 millimeter. Now, that's obviously going to be way too much. Now, down here, we have this distortion slider, so we can affect the amount of distortion. And so there may be a point right here that will match. But what I've found is, I believe it's the 10 millimeter. This actually does a pretty good job of straightening this image out. Now, if we look towards the edges, what it's going to do is it's going to stretch this pretty significantly in order to make it fit. Now, that's okay, especially if you're going to be outputting a slightly lower res file. But check out what that did to the room. I mean, before we were looking at this, and now we have something very, very straight. And the interesting thing about this is this photo was taken with the fisheye lens. This guy right here was taken with the 11 to 16 millimeter lens, and it was on 11 millimeters. But just check out the difference. This is a good bit wider. We can see more of the windows, right? I mean, we can see the wall way behind here. This is much wider, and we're getting much more of the room in our shot here. So even though it is a little bit kind of distorted in the way it's correcting it, we are getting something that we just can't get with another wide angle lens, which is pretty cool. Again, this is the 11 to 16 millimeter image, and this is not cropped. You can see it's full res, and this is the same exact spot with the 7 millimeter fisheye on my Canon 7D, which is pretty cool. Now, the one issue of doing the lens profile corrections in Adobe Lightroom is that for JPEG photos, like this guy right here, you can see this is a JPEG, and this is a .cr2, which is the raw file format. These don't have the same lens profile options compared to when you're working with a raw file. You can see that I have a pretty short list here. And if I look on the drop down, normally what you'll see is these guys right here, the 4.5 to the 15 millimeter. And none of these work quite right. If I pick the 4.5 and I reset the distortion, you can see that's obviously bananas. 15 millimeter, not going to do it. Even if I try and overcorrect it, it's still not exactly right because the mapping is not quite right. Now you do see that there is a Sigma 10 millimeter f2.8 EXDC fisheye HSM lens on here. And that's because I did a little bit of hackery. And let me show you how I did that. Now this is the Windows version of this hack. And I believe there's a similar workaround to do it if you're running a Mac. Basically, in Windows, we have to have hidden files and folders enabled. To do that, we come over here to folder and search options. And then in view, we have to have show hidden files, folders, and drives enabled because the folder that we're looking for is called program data. And we jump in here and we see a bunch of gobbledygook. Then we come down here to the Adobe file. We jump into Camera Raw in Lens Profiles in 1.0. And then down here, because I know the lens that I'm looking for, I want to basically copy this folder right here, this Sigma folder. And so what I did is I copied that. And then we jump back to the C drive and I go into Users, select your username, under App Data, Roaming, Adobe. And we jump down here to Camera Raw, Lens Profiles. And then in here, we paste that folder. So we paste that folder in here. And then what we want to do is we right click on it. We go to Properties and we uncheck Read Only. And we apply changes to folders and subfolders, yada, yada, yada. And that goes through, and that way we'll be able to make changes. We go in here, and what I'm looking for, because I'm shooting on a Canon camera, so I'm looking for this Canon folder here. And then what I do is I find the right file, okay? And that's right here, okay? And what I want to do is I want to open this. Now, if you haven't opened one of these .lcp files, it's going to ask you what you want to open it with. I just selected WordPad, okay? Just a basic text editor, because what I need to do is do a find and replace, okay? And so the thing you're looking to find is this actually right here. ST camera raw profile equals, and before you modify it, I'll show you, we'll open up another one here. This guy right here, before you modify it, all of these will say equals true, and there's a whole bunch of these. And all we have to do is do a find and replace, which I've already done right here, and we paste in, we take this, which will be true, we find that, and we replace it with the same thing, but instead of true, we replace it with false. We go ahead and replace all of those, we resave the file, and then when we open Lightroom back up, we will have this enabled for us to be able to use. It's now in the profile for JPEGs. Otherwise, for whatever reason, those lens profiles are not accessible when you're working on JPEGs. Now, I don't recommend shooting JPEGs, but at some point in your photography career, you may have shot only JPEG before. I know, certainly I have. If you're working on JPEGs, you may not have that available. So that is a little hack that you can do. And now you can basically adjust the amount of distortion that you have available to you. You know, you can turn it down, but this one, the Sigma 10 millimeter, works really well with this particular lens. And you're going to have to experiment and find out what works for your lenses. Again, here's another shot. If I take it off, you can see definite fisheye, right? These lines right here, super curved. With it on, check that out. Straight lines, straight lines, straight lines. Now, it does look weird because it makes this roof look gigantic, but the lines of perspective are cleaned up. Now, if you don't want to do this kind of hackery, there is another option. We can use another program. Now, this program is called Hugin, Hugin. It's free, it's open source, it's available for Mac, Windows, Linux, and this is a panorama stitcher, but we're going to use it to defish our image. So I'm going to jump to the load images, and I'm going to load up an image here, and I'm going to pick the same file that we were working on here, which is the same file here that we were working on in Lightroom. So what we want to do once we load the image is we want to set up a few settings. Now, initially, what's happening is it's going to read the metadata, and it's going to look at the focal length, which it thinks is 50, but that's because the camera recorded the wrong metadata. So what we want to do is we want to choose 7 because it's a 7mm lens. And then the lens type is not rectilinear. Whoa, and you see that's going to get all kinds of weird there. Don't worry about that. We're going to fix that. And then we have to pick one of these mappings. And the one that works best for this particular fisheye lens, and you're going to have to experiment with your lens, is stereographic. Now, this doesn't look right. We have these sliders here, and we can kind of move the field of view up so we can see what in the heck is going on. Now, you can see that this is doing the wrong thing to our image, but don't worry. We're going to jump over here to the projection tab, and we're going to change this from equirectangular to rectilinear. And now you're going to see that this is actually doing something that's far more pleasing. Now it's bending the image the proper way because we're taking the lens type, which is stereographic, and then we're projecting that so that it's rectilinear, which means we're basically going to defish this. We're going to straighten out the lines. Now you may have to play around with the settings in order to get the right look for this. For example, 7mm does not look right. And actually, I think the lens that I was using is labeled 7mm, but I think it might actually be closer to 7.5mm. And you will see maybe a small change here. Go to projection. Yeah, you see, that's looking a little bit better. At 7mm, this line here was kind of looking like an arc, and that's not right. And then if we expand this all the way out, you can actually see how it's stretching the image kind of in this star shape here. But obviously, we don't want all of that data. So we can use these sliders here to crop in on the image because we don't really need all this jazz. We can crop it in right to the black there, essentially. And then over here in projection, we have kind of more finite control. You know, we can say 150. That's not right. How about 149? That looks about right. And 110 maybe? Nope, I guess it's 109. You can crop it smaller than this if you want, but that's up to you. Then all we have to do is save this out. And to do that, I'm going to go over here to View, Panorama Editor. I'm going to jump over to the Stitcher tab, and then we're just going to say Stitch because this is a panorama stitcher, and we want to stitch it together. It's going to say the project needs to be saved, yada, yada, yada. And I'm going to save it, and then it's going to stitch it together. So this is the original image. Okay, and if we bump in here, we can see there is some chromatic aberration, you know, not a huge deal. This is the corrected image. But if we bump in here, we can see that it is being stretched, but it's being stretched in a somewhat pleasing way. And, you know, this probably could be cropped in on the top and bottom a little bit more because this bottom stuff way down here is stretched pretty significantly. I don't think that's extremely useful. Plus, if we were to print this, you know, I'm not sure that that's all necessary there. But it just goes to show you we do have options. And this image right here looks very similar to what we get here in Adobe Lightroom. This is doing just a different kind of lens correction. You know, there's not one that's necessarily better, but you can see this is definitely doing a nice job. Now, we may have overshot the mark a little bit. We might have been able to go down to maybe 8mm. We can actually see what that looks like. We can jump back here and we'll go to this and say 8mm. So actually that is looking a little bit different. We can save this out again as another version. This is the first one that we corrected. You can see that might be a little bit bendy there, but this guy right here, this is the second one where we selected 8mm. And you can see this actually looks very, very similar to what's happening in Lightroom here. They're very, very similar. But the cool thing about Hugin, 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 however you pronounce it, is that we have a little bit more to work with on the top and bottom of the image, where Lightroom just kind of crops it out. You can see that that stuff is there, but it sort of just crops it out. You know, I mean, this stuff is stretched, but it's not like this down here, which is pretty heavily stretched. I actually like the way that this handles the correction. It involves a couple extra steps, but I think it works really, really well. So just another option there for you. You have the hacking of Lightroom if you're working on JPEGs. If you're working on RAWs, then you will have lots of lens profiles to choose from. Hopefully you can find one that is a good match. You know, not all of these will work. I find the Sigma 10mm works really, really well for this lens. I think that looks really pretty nice. We would be able to save a little bit more if we were to do this in Hugin, but you have some options there.
Now that you know what fun a fisheye lens can be, you're ready to move on to the next chapter in this course. In the next few lessons, you will learn how we can use focal length to make someone look their best, and how we can use focal length and perspective to recompose images. You can take a photo of anything you like with any lens, but the results may vary, and sometimes they're just plain unsettling, especially when you're shooting people. In this lesson, you'll see where the sweet spot for focal length is when you're shooting people. So this lesson and the next few lessons will deal with focal length or field of view and perspective. When we talk about perspective in photography, we are referring to how the subject or scene looks from a particular spot. In order to change perspective, we cannot simply zoom in or zoom out because we're still standing in the same spot. What we need to do is move from one spot to another one. In this example, we're going to look at what happens to the human face when we use different focal lengths and then change perspective to compose the shot so that the face is roughly the same size in all the images. Let's check it out. All right, we're going to take a look at a quick little demo here, and what we're going to look at is how focal length and field of view affects the human face. So what we have going on here, in the background, I have my beautiful wife, Rachel. She's going to be helping us out modeling today. I have a couple of speed lights in octaboxes there on stands, which you can see, real basic stuff. On my camera here, my Canon 7D, I have a Tamron 18 to 270 millimeter super zoom. Now, this isn't the best lens to do headshots or portraits with, but it'll be really fast and convenient so we can see a lot of different focal lengths all at once without having to change lenses. Normally, I would throw the 70 to 200 on here and probably shoot these, but we're going to experiment and see what different focal lengths look like on the face. So, real quick camera settings here. I have this set to manual, 1/250th of a second. I have both flashes set to manual, and they're looking pretty good, so I don't have to worry about that. What I'm mostly going to be focused on is changing the focal length and then moving around to recompose the face to be about the same size in all of these shots. Now, what I'm going to try to do is, you can see which focus points I'm using here, right? I'm only using 5 that are right in the center. So it's the center one, the one above, below, and to the right and to the left. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up the center one right on Rachel's nose, and then I'm going to line the one just below it on her mouth. And that way I'm going to try and keep the size of her face about the same in all these pictures. So what we're going to do is we're going to start on the widest this lens goes is 18. Now, we don't really need to do a fisheye because you can imagine that we already looked at fisheye lenses. It's going to make the face look pretty wacky. And already at 18, you're going to see in just a minute that the face is not going to look its best. But we're going to do the big focal length changes that are marked on this lens. So I'm going to do 18 millimeters, 35 millimeters, 50, 70, 100, 200, maybe 150, I'll kind of guess at where that is, and then 270, which is as high as this goes. So I'm going to get right up there, and we're going to start at 18 millimeters and see what this looks like. All right, so we're going to start at 18 millimeters here, and 18 millimeters is going to be right up in her face, and we're just going to rip right through all the focal lengths here. So 18 millimeters, good. All right, 35 millimeters, moving back just a little bit, good. All right, 50 millimeters, here we go. 70 millimeters is going to be pretty close. 100 millimeters. All right, 150 millimeters. It's not marked on here. I'm just going to guess where it is. 200 millimeters. Going to move back a little bit more. All right, and 270 millimeters. Move back just a hair. Great.
So let's take a closer look at these images. If we start off by looking at the 18 millimeter focal length, you're going to notice that it doesn't look right. And this is because of what happens when you use a wide angle lens. Like we have mentioned before throughout the course, a wide angle lens exaggerates the relative size of foreground objects and makes background objects more distant looking. Well, in the face, what happens is in the face, the thing that's closest to the foreground or the thing that's closest to the lens is the nose. So what happens is the nose ends up looking kind of unsettlingly large, right? Unnaturally large compared to the rest of the face. And it makes the back of the head, where the hair and the ears are, look smaller. Now, as we move up from 18 to 35 millimeters, you're going to see that there's a big difference. And check out what happens to the nose and the back of the head, right? What it's going to look like is the nose is going to push into the face and the hair is going to become bigger. Now, I promise you, she did not fluff her hair between these two shots, but at 18 millimeters, we can't actually see the part of the hair that we can see at 35 millimeters because we're too close. Now, as we move up, I tried to hit 50 millimeters. I actually hit 59 millimeters, but 59 and 50 is pretty close. So you can see between 35 and 59, there's another kind of compression thing that happens here as well. The nose definitely gets smaller, particularly if you look at the nostrils here. They look like they're settling down in her face. The hair, again, looks bigger. You see more of the hair. As we go from 59 to 77 here, we're going to see another little shift, right? It's not drastic, but there's going to be another little shift. The nose looks a little bit smaller. The hair is looking slightly larger. We're seeing more of that back of the head hair. As we go to 100 millimeters, again, the hair looks bigger. The nose is going to look a little bit smaller, and things are starting to look pretty nice, I'd say. Now, as we go from 100 millimeters to 154 millimeters, we see that there's another big difference here. Now, this is partially due to the way that she turned her head for this one shot. She slightly turned her head and exposed her left side of her face, which is flat against one of the soft boxes. So we're seeing a really flat section of light right here on the left side of her face, her right side of the face. And this is actually where compression cannot be so helpful because she's exposing the wide side of her face because it's completely flat against the soft box. So there's no shading there. And it makes that it's your left and her right side of her face look unnaturally wide because there's no fall off of light. There's no shading there. There's no dimension there. And when you take something that's flat and you compress it, it's going to look even flatter. So this actually makes her face look a little bit fatter. Now, if she was a little bit more straight on to the camera, this would have looked a little bit better, but she tilted her head. So in this particular case, the compression did not work for us. But as we go to 218 millimeters, you can see she's back towards the camera. It's looking a little bit better. But at 218 millimeters, you are seeing a little bit of weirdness happen. Right now, her face is looking abnormally flat. Now, this is partially due to the very flat lighting that we have, but also we're seeing the effect of the compression of these higher focal lengths. It's making these objects look like they're closer together. So it's making her nose look like it's closer to her ears, which is basically flattening out her face. And as we go from 218 millimeters to 270 millimeters, these two focal lengths just look strange. Now, between all of these, you're going to see subtle improvements, right? As we go from 35 to 60 millimeters to 77 millimeters to 100 millimeters, you'll see slight shifts, but you'll see dramatic shifts when we jump back and forth. So 35 is the first one that looked reasonable, right? That one looks okay. It's still a little bit wide, but if we go from 35 to, let's say, 77, there's a big difference. You're going to see the nose get smaller. You're going to see the face look much nicer. The hair is going to look nice and big, and things are going to be really nice. Now, from 77 to 218, you're going to see another big jump. The face is going to look much more flat and wide. So to my eye, the sweet spot for making the face look its best is between 100 millimeters and, let's say, 35 to 50 millimeters, somewhere in there. 35 is probably a little bit on the wide side, but that's where the face starts looking right. When we go to 50 or 60 millimeters, we're more in the zone. Then it's starting to look a little bit better because we're just past that normal focal length, right? 35 millimeters on a crop sensor camera, which I was shooting with, is more similar to a 56 millimeter field of view on a full frame camera, which is the normal focal length. So once you get slightly past here, you're going to see some compression happening. As we look around 59, 77, 100 millimeters, that's right where the face is going to look its best. It makes her nose look nice and small. It makes the face look really compressed. You know, the proportions aren't exaggerated, and we're getting a little bit of that compression effect. Now, as we go past there, 150, 200, and 270 millimeters, that's getting into the area where there's maybe a little bit too much compression, and it's making the face look abnormally flat. Now, the flat lighting doesn't help. If we used, maybe some more dramatic lighting, that may change things up a little bit. But I think that, 270 millimeters is just weird looking. It makes her face look like a pancake. It looks like there's no dimension whatsoever. It's just way too flat. Between the edge of her nose here and her cheek and her ear with the earring here at 270 millimeters, it just looks like it's all at the same dimension. You can't really tell that any part is much closer to the camera than, any other part. So it's way too flat. So probably the area you want to stick to is around 100 millimeters to, let's say, 50 millimeters for making the face look its best. Now, on a full frame camera, we'd be looking at 160 millimeters because on this camera, this is a 1.6x crop factor. So 100 millimeters looks similar to a 160 millimeter field of view on a full frame camera, and 50 millimeters looks similar to an 80 millimeter field of view on a full frame camera. So now if you're on Micro Four Thirds, you may want to look at around 50 millimeters to 24 millimeters because of that 2x crop factor. But there definitely is a sweet spot to focal length and field of view for making the face look its best. Too wide, and it just looks weird. Too narrow, and it just looks too flat.
Now that you know where the sweet spot is for making people look great, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn how to use this same idea to compose background and foreground elements differently. As you learned in the last lesson, higher focal length lenses compress the image and make people's faces look more pleasing to look at. This concept is also useful when it comes to composing your shots by controlling how large the background elements are and how much background we see in the image. In this lesson, you'll learn how to use focal length to change the composition of background elements.
Alrighty, in this example, we're going to be checking out what happens to background elements and how we can recompose those using focal length. So very similar to what we did in the last example, we're going to be taking a shot of something and keeping the main element about the same size. And then we're going to change our perspective. So we're going to move back, we're going to change focal lengths, and we're going to see what happens to the background elements and see how that affects our image. What we're looking at right behind me, I have this cool old bell here from the 1830s. And behind there, we have some trees, we have some sky, and we have an old brick building. So from my current perspective here on my camera, I'm using a 17 to 50 millimeter lens, and I have it set to 17 millimeters. So I'm going to switch to live view here and get this kind of lined up and in focus. I'm going to use manual focus here because I don't trust my autofocus to get this right. Then I'm going to snap a photo. I'm going to put this in 2-second delay here just to make sure I don't bump the camera. Cool. So if you take a look at that photo, you can see all the elements that I just described. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back and I'm going to change focal lengths to something a little bit higher, and we're going to check out what happens to the background elements. All right, so we've moved back probably 25 feet using the same lens, but now I'm at 50 millimeters, and I've tried to compose it so that the bell is roughly the same size. So I'm going to take another shot here. I have the camera set to 10-second self-timer because I have this column extended because we kind of went downhill a little bit, and I'm using the 10 seconds to get out the shake. So what you're going to see between these two images is the size of the background and what's happening in the background is going to change, and a little bit in the foreground because we've come back so far. Now we can actually see the tree that I was standing next to before from this new perspective, which
is interesting. It's something different. But more importantly, we have different things going on in the background. Between these two shots, what's happening is it's making the space between the bell and the building look smaller from back here. When we use a higher focal length, it compresses things. So the distance between objects appears to be less than it actually is. If you look at the ground between these two shots, what you'll see is that there looks like there's more ground between the bell and the building in the first shot. And the size of the building looks bigger in the second shot. Now, the size of the building didn't change, but between these two perspectives, because we're getting a more narrow field of view, it changes what's happening in the background. The background elements look larger. We're going to set up one more shot and we're going to check this out. Again, this time we're going to shoot in this direction. There's a nice gazebo over here. So we're going to set up for that, and we're going to take a look at what's going to happen to the building that's behind the gazebo, and it's going to become more obvious what this does when we change focal length to change perspective. All right, one more example where we're going to look at this. We're shooting at a gazebo here right behind me, and I'm pretty close to it here at 17 millimeters, and it's mostly filling the frame. And I'm going to take a quick shot of this. We're getting kind of a backlight, kind of sun dappled thing happening, but there's a lot of other stuff happening in this shot. We have a whole bunch of, we can see sky, we can see the building back there. There's a lot of stuff in this shot. And I don't think this focal length being super wide is the best. So we're going to move way, way back. We're going to change lenses, probably go to the 70 to 200, and we're going to try and really compress this to get the gazebo about the same size, but you're going to check out what's going to happen to the background elements. Okay, now we've changed our position. I'll put the 70 to 200 on, and I'm about, I don't know, maybe at 115 millimeters. And we're probably maybe 35, 40 feet back from where we were. And we're getting a completely different shot here. I'm gonna set this up. I'm gonna take a quick shot here. I'm gonna set this to self-timer again, because I have this column up here. I want it to get the shake out, especially with a big lens on here. It's going to take a couple seconds for the vibrations to stop. So check out the difference between these two shots. They look dramatically different. Even though the gazebo is about the same size, they look like they were shot in two completely different locations. When we use a wide angle lens, because of the exaggerated proportions that it gives, it makes the gazebo look like it's a completely different shape. It looks much more angular and pointy and round, and it has more depth to it, where on the telephoto lens here at 115, 120 millimeters, it's much more compressed. It looks flatter. We can see more of the roof, and what's going on behind there is a lot more pleasing. We're seeing a lot less sky. In fact, there's very little sky in the shot. So this is a completely different shot, and there's not one that's wrong or right, but it just goes to show you there's a range of different looks that you can get by moving from your current position to a new one and then changing your focal lengths. So you can see how just one focal length to shoot shots like this would be really limiting. Even the 17 to 50 millimeter lens is not going to quite give us the same perspective. We need something much longer to get something like this that's really, really flat looking. Let's take a look at a few more examples of how we can use this shift in perspective and change in focal length to recompose our shots for some very interesting looks. So we're going to take a look at a handful of shots here. In all of these example photos, I'm changing my perspective. So I'm moving back, and I'm also changing my focal length so that the main objects in the scene are roughly the same size. And what you'll see is the background elements change drastically, and we get a little variance in what happens in the foreground. Now, these buildings here, we're going to see a big shift in how close or far apart they look here as I back up and I use a longer focal length. It's really cool how we can compress all the buildings together and make for an interesting shot. Now, these last two photos here, I shot the wide one is at 18 millimeters and the tight one here is at 35 millimeters. And what you'll notice is the trees on the wide shot look like they're further apart. The background looks a little bit less dense on the wide shot. On the tight shot, we're getting a little bit more background filling, right? We're seeing more of the hill. And there's not one of these that's necessarily better than the other one. They're just a little bit different. We're also seeing the details of the columns on the wide shot look like they're more three-dimensional. We're seeing
a little bit more underneath them, whereas we go to the tight shot, we can't really see that from that perspective. So this is a really interesting thing that you can do by changing your position, which is changing your perspective, and then using your lenses to get a similar composition. And you can really get a lot of interesting looks, and you can really change up the composition of your shots.
Now that you understand how to use focal length and field of view to your advantage when composing background objects, you're ready to move on to the next lesson, where you're going to learn about macro. All lenses have a limit to how close they can focus on an object, and on a normal lens, this isn't really that close. A macro lens can allow you to get close, really close. In this lesson, you'll learn about macro lenses and see how to use them. Macro photography is extreme close-up photography, usually of very small objects, in which the size of the subject in the photograph is greater than it is in real life. By some definitions, a macro photograph is one in which the size of the subject on the image sensor is life size or greater. However, in other uses, it refers to a finished photograph of a subject at greater than life size. The ratio of the subject size on the sensor plane to the actual subject size is known as the reproduction ratio. Likewise, a macro lens classically is a lens that's capable of reproduction ratios greater than 1:1, although it often refers to any lens with a larger reproduction ratio. Magnification describes the size an object will appear on your camera's sensor compared to its size in real life. The closer you place your lens relative to the subject, the larger that subject will appear in the image. There are several lenses that have a macro feature, and the amount of image magnification will depend on the lens. Using a remote switch or shutter release device can also greatly improve the sharpness and control over the macro photos, because the camera no longer moves as a result of you pressing the shutter button. Another option is to set the camera to a 10-second timer, as this will give the camera time to settle down and stop moving. Pressing the shutter button, even with the self-timer, can still have issues because it can potentially nudge the camera and mess up your composition. At higher magnification, photos will have a correspondingly shallow depth of field. Control over the focus point is much more critical than normal. Precision adjustments should almost always be made using manual focus. If your lens is really close to the subject, you'll have an issue with light as well, because the lens will be blocking light from the front of the object. In these cases, you might want to investigate using a dedicated macro flash that attaches to the front of the lens. A pretty inexpensive way to get into macro photography is to use normal lenses and extension tubes. An extension tube increases the lens's magnification by an amount equal to the extension distance divided by the lens's focal length. For example, adding a 25mm extension tube to a 50mm lens will give you a magnification gain of 0.5x. So if the lens's original magnification was 0.15x, then the new magnification will be 0.15x plus 0.5x, and that'll be 0.65x. Let's take a look at an example. All right, in this example, we're going to check out how to shoot some macro shots. First, we're going to check out using some lenses that have a macro capability. Then we're going to switch over and use some lens tubes, and we're going to see what we can get with those as well. Now, first I have set up a Tamron 28-75 f2.8 lens, and this has a macro capability, and basically this means that it can focus much closer than a normal lens. And if this were on a full frame camera, this would be a standard zoom lens, but because this is on a Canon 7D, it's going to act more like a lens that's in between a standard zoom lens and a medium telephoto lens. You can also see that I have my camera set up on a tripod, and it's on a device called a focus rail slider. And what this allows me to do is get precise control over the focusing because it has a little worm gear, so I can precisely adjust the position right and left and back to front on my camera. And this helps because manual focusing on photographic lenses can be very tricky to do. So this device is going to help position the camera, which in turn is going to help move the focus point, and it's going to make focusing a lot easier. So first, we're going to check out what we can get with this lens, and then we're going to switch up lenses, and we're going to check out using some extension tubes.
I'm in live view mode. What I'm going to do is I'm going to punch in and I'm going to adjust the focus and make sure it's all set. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my camera in 10-second self-timer mode. And that's because with my battery grip on this focusing rail slider on the tripod, if I touch it, it's going to want to wobble around a little bit. Now, I could use a cable release mechanism or a remote to fire the shutter, but 10 seconds should be plenty of time to let the vibrations settle out. Now, the settings that I'm using here, I'm in manual mode, ISO 100, f9. I don't want to go too much past f11 on this camera because that's going to get into diffraction territory. And my exposure time is at 2.5 seconds. And that seems to be just about right. So I'm going to take a shot here, and we're going to see what this looks like. I'm going to try one more at 1.6 seconds, and we'll see what we get. Basically, with this lens, that's about the best that we're going to get because this lens is set to 75 millimeters, and we're at the closest focusing distance that we can get with this lens. We can't get it any closer and get it in focus. So if we want a more macro shot, if we want something that's closer and have a higher reproduction ratio, we're going to have to use a different lens or change our setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change up lenses, and we're going to try this again with a different setup. All right, now I've switched lenses. Now I'm using a Quantaray 70 to 300 millimeter lens with a macro capability. It's not a very good lens, but we're going to check it out and see what we can get with it. Now in this lens, in order to get to that macro capability, we have to be between 180 and 300 millimeters. Then right here on the lens, there's a little switch, and we can switch it over to macro. And when it's in normal mode, the focusing stops here. But when we switch it over to macro, now we have a little bit more focus range to work with. So you can see, I am going to have to reposition my camera because the minimum focusing distance is 3.1 feet. So I'm going to pull my camera back, and I'm also going to push my little rolling setup out. At 300 millimeters, we are getting more of a macro shot here. I'm going to fire off a shot here and see what we get. 10-second timer should be plenty of time for the lens to settle down and stop moving. Nice. That's not bad. I'm going to switch up what we're shooting at here and see if we can get anything maybe a little bit more interesting. I'm going to try another shot here. 3.2 seconds and see what we get. Very nice. Now that you can see is pretty close. We can see a lot of detail there. But again, depth of field is really, really shallow. So that's what a macro type lens will give you. But let's switch it up now and let's try an extension tube and see what we can get. All right, for this example, we're going to be using this extension tube, and we're going to use my Canon Nifty 50 50mm f1.8 lens. This is the extension tube that I'm going to be using. It's made by Photodiox. It's made out of aluminum. And this actually comes in a few different parts. So what we have is a 7mm, a 28mm, and a 14mm extension. With these, we can vary the amount of lens tube extension that we can put on the camera. So what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to start with the 7mm, which isn't going to be much. And as you can see, what I'm going to do is unscrew the back. This is the part that's going to go on the camera. It has the camera mount on it. I'm going to screw the 7mm with the lens mount on it. Now, this is not a smart lens adapter. You can see there's no electronic contacts on the lens. What this means is that all electronic communication will be disabled from the lens. That's because this is a cheap lens extension tubes, and that's just one of the things that you have to deal with. But it's not really a big deal because we're going to manual focus anyway, and the only thing left to deal with is going to be setting the aperture. Now that's going to be a little bit of a trick because we won't be able to physically set the aperture on this lens because it doesn't have a manual aperture control. So what we can do is there's a little workaround. Normally, when you are shooting a photo on your camera, what happens is when you half press the shutter button, the lens stays wide open, so it can be very bright while you're composing the image. So this is an f1.8 lens, so it's going to stay at f1.8 right until you take the picture. And then right when you take the picture, the aperture is going to close down, it's going to snap the photo, and then it's going to open back up so you can see what you are doing. But there's a little workaround that we can do that we can lock the lens at f9. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the depth of field preview button on the side of my camera. And when I do, it's going to put the aperture at f9, and all I have to do is take the lens off. And then as you can see, the lens aperture is locked down to f9. Now what I can do is lock this down on the camera. Now we're all set up at f9. Now let's see what we're going to get with this extender and this lens. I'm going to turn the camera back on, put it in live view mode. Now, one problem with this is going to be that it's going to be really dark. So we're going to have to crank up the ISO here so we can see what in the heck we're doing. I'm going to recompose this and get it down here. I'm going to punch in and get this nice and in focus. I'm going to set the ISO back down. I'm going to take a shot and see what we get. Now, the cool thing about doing this with this prime lens is that it's much sharper than any of the other lenses that I've used for this example. This lens in particular is very, very sharp. At f9, it's going to capture some pretty cool detail. We can see all kinds of really cool scratches and dings and dents on the front of this flashlight. But we can increase the macro power even more by adding some more extension tubes. So let me hook that up and let's see what that looks like. So now I'm using the 7mm extension tube and the 14mm lens extension tube. And now we're going to get another little bump here in what we're going to be able to see, which is pretty cool. I'm also going to drop this down, try and get this a little bit more level. Oh, that's too low with the flashlight here. Very cool. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch around again, and I'm going to use the full lens tube extension, which is the 7mm, the 14mm, and the 28mm extension, and we're going to see what we can get with that. All right, now what I have is the whole lens tube adapter all built up. I'm going to punch in and focus up, and focusing is going to be super critical when we're using this much lens tube extension. I'm going to try again and see what we get here. All right, that's a little bit dark. So I'm going to go for a longer exposure time. This time I'm going to go for 6 seconds. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. We can see all kinds of really cool detail. So you can see that lighting can be a definite problem because as you get this closer to an object, it's going to block some light from hitting the front of the object. So you can look at things like a ring flash or a dedicated macro flash. These are things that you can buy or you can rent from places like borrowlenses.com. We could set up a couple of speed lights and set them off to the side. And we're going to look at some examples in just a few minutes of some images that I took with a few speed lights set up just like that. Now, it's not going to work to put a speed light on top of your camera because it's not going to be able to get down in front of the lens from that angle. It's just no way you're going to get enough light intensity with your speed light on your camera to get what you're looking for. But that just gives you an idea of what you can do with a macro extension tube. It's super easy, very inexpensive. You know, we're talking about this macro extension tube was under $30. This prime lens was like $100, but you can use this with any lens. I could put a standard zoom lens on here and it would have worked just the same. The problem is that when you get heavier lenses on a lens tube extension like this, it puts a lot of stress on the lens tube extension and on the lens mount because you're putting a heck of a lot of weight way out here. I'm not saying that it would break, but it's something that I don't really want to chance. You know, my standard lens is a good bit heavier and it's going to put a lot of stress on the camera body because you're basically making a giant lever. So let's check out a few more examples of some macro shots. So the next group of examples that we're going to check out here, I shot with my camera just about in the same position as you just saw, but for the lighting, most of these shots were done using 2 speed lights with some radio triggers, and basically I just held them on either side of the camera, or for some of these shots, I just set them on the table. Pretty easy stuff, and with the speed lights, I was able to move the position of the light and get some different lighting looks. You can see my bracelet here that I shot 2 different ways. One was with a more strong light coming from the left, and this one was kind of equal intensities from left and right. You can see I shot a bunch of different things. This is my leather wallet, and just check out the detail that you can get. I mean, it's really pretty incredible. We're also going to look at some stuff that you may find a little bit disturbing. This is my finger, and there's all kinds of weird stuff in between the ridges of my fingerprint here that you can see. And it's just really incredible the amount of detail that you can get with something so simple, just a lens extension tube and camera on a tripod. See, we got an HDMI cable here, and you can really see the texture on the gold contacts. Really cool stuff. This is a super old flash that doesn't really look that dirty, but on the macro shot, it looks like I buried it in the sand. I mean, it's got so much dust and little hair particles here. Speaking of hair, here's another shot of, I believe this is my arm hair here, but just check out the incredible detail. I mean, you can really see the texturing of the individual hairs here. And now we're going to check out a bunch of images that I tried to do of my eye. Now, many of these were difficult because I was shooting this by myself, and so that's why you saw several of them out of focus. But I got a bunch in focus, and these shots turned out really, really cool. You can see the detail in the iris here. For some of these, I just used one flash at about a 90-degree angle to my face, and that really lit up the texture of my eyeball in a really interesting way. I tried a few more with two flashes, one to the right, one to the left, just to give a little bit more even exposure. And it worked really well. But after 80 or so shots, I did get about 20 shots that were nice and in focus with some very cool lighting. And these turned out really cool.
Now that you have an understanding of macro lenses and macro shooting, you're ready to move on to the last lesson in this course, where we're going to wrap things up with some final tips. Thanks very much for watching this course. As we have seen throughout this course, there's a tremendous variety of lenses available to you that offer a wide range of possibilities. I usually recommend getting the very best glass that you can because it will last longer and have better resale value if you ever decide to upgrade in a few years. Some higher-end Canon and Nikkor lenses that originally cost $2,000 sell for only a few $100s less than they cost new. If you hold on to the lens for, let's say, 4 years, that's only a few dollars per month. Another fantastic option for you is renting lenses. If you're doing a special shoot or covering an event, instead of buying a lens for a few $1,000s, you can rent it for a few days and only pay $100 or $200. If you do this a lot, it might make sense for you to just buy the lens. But if it's only once or twice per year, rent it. I also like to recommend that you take care of your gear as best as you can. Good cases for lenses is a must. Professional lenses can take a reasonable amount of abuse, but remember, there's a lot of delicate glass in there. I like Pelican cases for maximum protection, but if you're traveling light, that's not going to work. Whatever you choose, make sure that it's well padded and sturdy, and it wouldn't hurt to have a rain cover built in or a plan for keeping your gear dry at the very least. Remember, longer focal lengths make people look better, and you can use longer focal lengths to compose your shots outside as well. Wide-angle lenses have exaggerated perspectives. This can work to your advantage, and it can work against you. Zooms offer the most flexibility and are a lot of fun to use. Super zooms are a nice tool to have, but image quality is not that great. If you're needing a little bit more speed from a lens, check out a prime lens. There are some great options out there for fast primes that can be a lot of fun to use. I hope that you learned some valuable lessons in this course that will help you take better photos. Make sure to check out all the other great photography courses on Tuts Plus to expand your skills and stay sharp. Again, my name is Dave Bodie for Tuts Plus, and we'll see you around. Thanks for watching.